The Fanatic. John Kincade, Andrew Salciunas. This is Kincade and Salciunas. 97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
Well, welcome to the bandwagon national media. I also wonder how many people here locally are jumping on. Are the Eagles now the best team in the NFL? We talk about that and a whole lot more today on another fun Tuesday, Johnny.
Yeah.
These things are unheard of, but we've been on a streak of them. It's Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
This is Kincade and Salciunas.
They answer the call. The question of whether or not they could win a game by passing the football. Jalen Hurts, I don't think, had a bad throw.
This team has exceeded every expectation. Everyone.
Kincade and Salciunas. John Kincade, Andrew Salciunas.
97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
And a good Tuesday morning, Philadelphia. I'm Andrew Salciunas alongside my man, John Kincade. Johnny, happy Tuesday morning.
Happy Tuesday to you. We did not compare notes today, but we both wore our Temple cherry today.
Yeah, I almost gave John a heart attack this morning.
Yes, you did.
When John walked out of the studio, because he likes to put his stuff down right away, I heard, because we have like a creaky floorboard, so you know when somebody's leaving the studio. So I went, "What's up, Johnny?" And I guess he didn't hear me because the radio plays throughout these walls.
Right.
And he walks in, and it was unlike John to not respond. And so I go, "Hey, John."
I jumped to the roof.
People are jumpy around here.
No, I had just left that area. I honestly walked in and in like 30 seconds,
you put your headphones in.
Yeah, I put my headphones in. I plug in my charger, things like that, and then I go back to our bullpen. And it screws me over because I deserve it, because I love to scare Haley. I love coming around the corner and scaring Haley.
But I felt so bad.
No, it's good. I mean, look, it got me awake and alive. I took NyQuil last night, and I got to tell you, that stuff is miracle. This was feeling a little bit like the voice was warbling a little low.
It's that time of season, man.
Man, I slept till that alarm went off.
Oh, that's good.
Till I heard the Price is Right theme, I did not.
And then I woke you up. You know, who needs coffee when you get scared in the morning?
And on a beautiful Tuesday where you and I both do not prefer Tuesdays. But right now, with the Birds sitting where they are, the storylines are just endless.
Well, we're on 10 straight Victory Tuesdays, right? Whether the game was on a Thursday or a Monday or a Sunday, we are on 10 straight Victory Tuesdays.
Okay, that's stupid.
It's led to a lot of great conversation, and for the most part, other than the Browns game and the Jags game, and then obviously the Panthers game, it's been fun talking about the wins still on Tuesdays.
Well, the Cleveland win and the Panthers win, it was self-sabotaged by the Eagles themselves.
Same with Jacksonville.
Whether it was Nick Saban. Yeah.
Or Nick,
with Nick. Well, Freudian slip.
Yeah.
But it's just what happens. This team now, though, it just feels different.
It does feel different. So that's what leads us to our first question today. Are the Eagles the best team in the NFL? So after the Rams win, if you remember, I said I would put the Eagles on the same tier of the Detroit Lions if they were able to handle their business against the Rams. And I gave a lot of that credit toward the young secondary. Again, this is before the game.
Before, yes.
If Quinyon Mitchell and Cooper DeJean could handle their business against Cooper Kupp and Puka Nacua, who they go on the outside, they go on the inside. Obviously, Darius Slay's there as well. But if I could see these young players step up and take down two top wide receivers, one of the better duos in the NFL, then I would feel very, very good about the Eagles secondary, about how real they were. The week before, the Commanders game, we would find out whether or not the linebackers were real, because they would have to play physical football against a physical running attack, but then also contain an elusive quarterback in Jaden Daniels. They answered the call in both of those games, which led me to then say they are on the same tier as the Lions because of the matchup between these two teams. They're very similar offensively, where it's run first, game manager quarterback in a positive way, and then the defense is able to stop everybody. That was a couple weeks ago, Johnny.
Yeah, once the Ravens game came, then I started making reservations. I truly believe that's where that game took it to an entirely different level.
Yeah.
And the fact that this team has not taken their eye off the ball, I think in retrospect now, may be the most impressive thing. They have not won every game by 15 points. They have not boat raced everyone, and that's fine. That's fine. There are to me, to be able to say, you've beaten the Packers, you've beaten the Rams, you've beaten the Commanders, you've beaten the Steelers, you've beaten the Ravens. That's 5 playoff teams you've beaten already.
Right.
To me, you lost to Tampa. That's a playoff team. You lost to Atlanta. I think self-inflicted wound. I almost write that one off.
Yeah.
This team is 5-1 against playoff teams. There's every reason to just wake up every day and go, you know what, dudes? This is happening.
Right.
This is happening. It's real.
And then if you look at the other teams that you're fighting with, the Lions and the Vikings, who you have not played yet this season, and you won't play them unless you face them in the playoffs. Look at what's going on with the Detroit Lions. We're going to talk about another major injury that they had later on this hour.
Two. That
team is leaking oil. All that talk, and I get it. We're in Philadelphia, right? So we focus on the Philadelphia Eagles. But there were a lot of shows where we, John, you and I, almost had to try to open the mind of certain fans that were so scared to get their hopes up with the Eagles. Oh, well, what if this happened? What if this happened? What if this happened?
It's happening to the Lions.
It's happening to the Lions. They're
bad
banged
way.
up. They just lost a great game with the Buffalo Bills, but they lost the game. Like we focus so much on the Eagles and what could go wrong for the Eagles that we don't think about how things could go wrong for other teams. The Detroit Lions, they got a laundry list.
They
of
lost
injuries
another
right now.
defensive starter, and they lost that's somebody who helps to generate their pass rush, which has already been weakened desperately, as you can see by the amount of points that are being scored against them. And then they lose one of their star running backs.
Yeah.
I mean, right now, the Detroit Lions are facing, and I get it's weird because Connor and I, we were talking about it with you beforehand. Like I feel terrible for Detroit. Because to me, imagine having that season. I remember how I felt when Carson Wentz got injured.
Right.
And no, I did not wake up the next day, and you didn't either. You're full of crap if you said to me, oh, yeah, they're going to win the Super Bowl.
Yeah, no.
But I thought, are you kidding me? Because it was the year that I was really going, you know what, they're going to win the Super Bowl.
Right.
This
And then
team's
that
going to win it.
happens, and then you're going.
It takes it all out of you. But it shows you that maybe every time you think you've got it figured out, and what I would think is that they were running away. They were running away as the best team in the NFL just a month and a half ago. Everybody thought,
right.
No matter what the Chiefs' record was, everybody was saying the Lions were the best team in the NFL. I got to tell you, folks, it's going to be monumental. If they make it to the Super Bowl, I'm going to be shocked now. And I can't believe that I'm saying that a month and a half after thinking they were one of the best teams.
When you're losing guys left and right because of injuries, that happens.
It's not because they're gonna
lack of talent,
right. I feel terrible for the Lions fan base today. I really do. And because I honestly I'm not saying I'd rather beat the Lions with 100% of their talent because the chances are less. Because this crap happens to everybody.
I wanted Blake Bortles and the Jags in 2017.
So did I.
I did not.
So did I.
I did not need wouldn't it be great to beat Brady and Belichick? No, you know what'd be great? Just parading and I will celebrating a Super Bowl.
And I will tell you to what you said, because I've heard people come with the nonsense of, oh no, I wanted Brady all along. I stood in Head House Square before the NFC Championship game, watching the second half,
celebrating,
and they're
Blake
putting
Bortles.
it on the screen. And the overwhelming cheer was when anything went well for Jacksonville.
Yeah.
Everybody wanted the easier path.
Yeah, of course. Got to go back to 2008. Oh, man, I wish they beat the Red Sox or the Yankees. Like, no, I'm glad they played the Rays because you know what? They played the Yankees the next year. What happened? They lost.
The Eagles are the favorites in the NFC. They should be right now.
So are the Eagles
right?
now
they should
the
be.
best team in the NFL? 610-632-0975. You can text in. You can call in. And don't do this whole, I don't want to jinx it, or let's not get ahead of yourself. Like,
jinxes aren't real, folks.
Like, no, I'm not asking you today, are the Eagles winning the Super Bowl? Okay? Because I know there are people that are afraid when we bring up GW Fins in New Orleans,
right?
Man,
they can't take it.
They're afraid when they hear that stuff. Here and now, December 17, 2024, you wake up this morning entering week 16 of the NFL season. Week 15 just ended last night with the Monday night doubleheader. Are the Philadelphia Eagles the best team in the NFL? This was now discussed nationally yesterday. Thank you for sending us this clip.
Everywhere.
Of course they were.
Everywhere yesterday. It's as if the talking points changed.
So this was from Get Up yesterday. You're going to hear Damian Woody asking that question or answering that question.
This team is ridiculous how good they are. By the way, the best part of their team is on the other side of the ball.
Is their defense. Are the Eagles the best team in the NFL, D. Wood?
Yes, they're the best team right now. Number one, they're the healthiest. It pays to be healthy at this time of year, but they're loaded all over the place. And Rex is right. The Pittsburgh Steelers had like one explosive play in the passing game. They had 0 explosive runs. Okay, so as much as we want to talk about, Philadelphia in the passing game, how about the Philadelphia Eagles defense and how they just completely dismantle the Pittsburgh Steelers offense? Listen, this is a complete team. They're a wagon. They're going to be tough for anyone to beat.
They're a wagon. There's the term, the wagon.
Now, look, Rex starts that. Sexy Rexy starts it. And then Damian Woody finishes it. And by the way, Greeny, by the end of the conversation, ends up agreeing. So all of a sudden, it's now 3 games to go. We're sitting in a different perch, dudes. We're sitting in a different spot.
And look, Damian Woody said it. Health matters, right?
Health matters.
And the Detroit Lions, like if they're fully healthy, it's probably still the Lions, right? But they're not.
They're not.
That's part of the fear of the NFL. You could have one of the best seasons in the league, and then all of a sudden a couple of things don't go your way, and your season could be over, or you think it's over, like a lot of us thought the Eagles season was over back in 2017. The list is adding up for the Detroit Lions, and at some point, enough might be enough for them where they can't overcome it. And who knows who they play in the first round if they still finish as the 1 seed. Obviously, they get the bye. Then the next week, they could be facing one of their NFC North rivals who they faced twice this season, and those teams have played them tough.
And they're healthy.
Yeah, the Packers have
healthy.
played them tough. The Vikings played them tough, and they'll be playing each other again in Week 18.
Now, did you or did you not partake last night? Not partake. Did you
yes,
last night? Did you watch any of the Monday Night Football?
Yes, I did.
All right. Did anything watching that game make you say, other than there's one thing that was in my head, watching that game, going, I'm not intimidated at all by the Minnesota Vikings.
I just fear what I feared in 2017, that Case Keenum and Stephon Diggs had some ridiculous mojo.
So you did feel
you're
that.
Getting that now with
Mojo.
Darnold and Justin Jefferson, and I still say the Patrick Robinson pick 6 was one of the biggest plays in Eagles franchise history, because the Vikings are up 7-0. Connor, you were there, right, with the fam?
I was there.
Vikings were up 7-0, and they're driving. They're right around midfield, just still on Minnesota territory.
Yeah, they were at their own 35.
43. I looked it up this
43.
morning. And they converted a 3rd and long, and I'm going, man, they're going to go downfield and go up 14-0. And now I'm a little worried. And then the Patrick Robinson pick 6 happens. Who knows what happens if he doesn't intercept that ball, if Chris Long doesn't make contact on Case Keenum's arm? Is there some weird stars aligning for the Vikings right now? Their defense is good.
I'm going to tell you right now is that for all the Jalen Hurts detractors, and the Sam Darnold numbers are great. They look like he looks like a different animal.
Yeah.
And that's Kevin O'Connell, who is like every the star of every Hallmark movie, I was told last night. He looks like him. I would tell you that I'm not concerned. And one of the reasons that I'm not concerned is because Justin Jefferson's the one that freaks me out.
He's a freak, yeah.
He's the one that freaks me out.
You got Quinyanamo.
I have watched every single top receiver they've gone up against, and I'm not concerned. Do I believe they would shut him down? Nah. Do I believe they can contain him? Yes. Do I believe they can make him not be the reason they don't go to a Super Bowl? Yeah, I really do. I love what the Eagles have done.
Yeah, I'm not saying that the Eagles would lose. It's just...
And I don't think Sam Darnold is going to outduel Jalen Hurts and the Eagles in that building in January.
I agree with you. It's just one of those things where, I keep on waiting for them to go away. And
so do I.
And they don't.
Yeah, but, here's the thing. I probably know this team as well as any in the market because my mom and my brother are diehard Vikings fans. They talk to me about it all the time.
And we hate that about them.
I see the games with them when the Eagles are not playing. They haven't played anybody And look at their margin of victory in some of these wins. They've gone to overtime against the Bears. They beat the Jacksonville Jaguars like 12-7. Their best win.
Wait a minute. Jacksonville had a chance to beat us on the last possession.
I understand, but putting up 12 points against that team?
No, I got you.
Is different than what the Eagles did when they were up 22-0 at halftime. They beat the Packers in what, like week 2 or 3?
Or it was early.
It was very early in the season.
They played the Lions tight.
Sure, they played them tight. Guess
they
what?
play the Packers coming up, right?
They do.
And they play the Lions again.
Tight games don't win you Super Bowls. Winning games wins you Super Bowls. That team's not remotely as good as they
they've
were.
won 12 games.
Look who they
but the
beat
thing is, they did have the.
Yeah, but then what do you say about the Eagles?
The Eagles have gone on the road and beaten the Ravens. They've gone on the road and beaten the Rams, who the Vikings lost to. They have beaten the Pittsburgh Steelers. The Eagles have 3 wins significantly better than any win that the Vikings have.
Okay.
And they have the same win as the Vikings' best win. That team is not as good as you.
And that's one of the reasons why I didn't believe where I was questioning when people were saying the Eagles were better than Detroit before the Eagles proved it. Because I kept saying, before they went into this thing where they played the Rams, the Steelers, and the Ravens, I was looking at Detroit going, Detroit has 3 better wins than the Eagles. Detroit has 3 decisively better wins than the Eagles before you ever get to their win. Now the Eagles are beating the Ravens. Now the Eagles are beating the Steelers. Now they've beaten the Rams. Now I can say, okay, legitimately, the Eagles are every bit as good as Detroit.
And by the way, I need to make it clear because Connor's getting all fired up in there. I think the Eagles are better than the Vikings. I'm just saying they're not going away.
You sound a little, though...
I'm not just going to ignore them is what I'm saying.
Are the questions when you were just talking about passionately about Minnesota as Connor was, do you believe that there's something about the Eagles that could be exploited by them? That's what I always think of.
I just
what
worry
is
about
the thing that they do that's going to exploit what the Eagles
the
do?
Vikings have a good defense, and that's it.
They do.
You
and I
know.
believe that defense would probably travel.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Like, I don't think that defense is going to – you're not going to go out there and you're going to kick the crap out of them. But
Right.
I believe the Steelers and the Steelers, though, have a really, really great –
Yeah, and the Eagles handled them very well.
Right. The Steelers' defense is not in any way going to shy away from what the Vikings are.
So are the Eagles now the best team in the NFL in your eyes? Answer that question for us at 610-632-0975. Now, to ask this question means you must have a pretty good football team.
Isn't it nice?
So, Johnny, I'm going to lean on you a little bit more when it comes to this discussion because Connor and I are a little bit more limited in terms of experience of being an Eagles fan.
That's because you're spoiled brats.
Because we're younger.
Yes, you're younger, spoiled brat. You are younger. I checked that out this morning. I asked to see their driver's
I need
license.
people to not freak out when I ask the question right away and say, oh, they got to win a Super Bowl first. Just talking about regular season, what we've seen so far. There have been dominant teams in the past that have not won before, right?
Uh-huh.
Could this Eagles team go down as the greatest team in franchise history? And I ask that question because this football team has now set a new mark.
So you're talking
for
about
most wins in franchise history.
Let's paraphrase. Let's phrase it right. So we're talking about regular season performance that we remember,
and team. So not. Well, Jalen's not as good as Donovan McNabb, right? We both believe that Donovan McNabb is still
Sure.
the greatest quarterback in Eagles franchise history. But team, right? The offense as a whole, you could make the case as one of the best offenses. We had this conversation during the offseason that this could go down as the greatest offense in Eagles franchise history. But one of the things we never talked about during the offseason was whether or not this defense could go down as one of the best. And we read that article from Reuben Frank a couple of weeks ago where he had the Eagles statistics equal to or just behind the 1991 Eagles defense, which is considered one of the greatest in Eagles franchise history.
You know, I am very computeristic. I'm very black and white. I'm very
Yes, you are.
I'm very facts. But I'm going to tell you right now because we talked about doing this yesterday. So I made my list.
I'm proud of you.
This is the 4th best.
Wow. You got it to the number.
This is the 4th best I felt about an Eagles team for a regular season.
Okay.
The 2004 Eagles.
Yes, that would be the
I
first one
felt
that
better.
comes to my mind.
Donovan, T.O., the whole nine.
And that defense was ridiculous.
I felt better about their regular season than I do the Eagles this year. 2017 and 2022. I put slightly ahead of this year,
all
too.
post 2000, though.
Yeah.
So you're not any of the, the buddy teams?
No. Buddy teams? Are you kidding me? I wouldn't trust Buddy Ryan to lead a gang of drunks to a corner bar. Buddy Ryan, no, I'm not part of the Buddy, the Buddy
the
cult.
1980 squad that goes to the Super Bowl.
I remember that 1980 because it was like your first going. Are you kidding me? This team is gonna. The Eagles could play in a Super
Bowl. They
Bowl.
could do it, yeah.
No, not even close. The Eagles. That team doesn't even make the conversation. Regular season, how I felt about the team, 4, 17, and 22. I felt completely punch drunk with my team is great. September, October, November, December.
That's fair. Yeah, whereas the first month of the season, we had a lot of questions
That's
about
why
this
I put
team.
this team fourth in that regard.
Okay, so
now, could they end up being the best? If this team goes and wins a title and hangs the Lombardi at the end of the year, if they go 15-2, we may look back and say we may look back and say yes. But gut instinct, I had not had that feeling.
All right, so I want to dive deeper into that today, and I'm glad that you're Johnny Homework over here. I'm sure you have
my
all
homework.
kinds of stuff for us
The
to
nuns
back
used
up
to
your
be
opinion.
pissed when I didn't.
Could this Eagles team go down as the greatest team in franchise history so far, right? Obviously, it continues, and obviously this season's not over yet. But you look at what goes down on both sides of the football and maybe the ceilings that they have not reached yet offensively and hell, defensively, if they could turn the football over. Could this team go down as the greatest in franchise history? And are they the best team in the NFL right now? Those are our first two questions for you to answer to start at 610-632-0975. And we'll dive deeper into the Lions coming up next because they took another punch in the mouth yesterday. And how much does seeding matter? It is Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Fanatic Sports Update.
Great football from Hertz. I'm Connor Thomas, and this update's brought to you by PJ Wellahan's Holiday Gift Cards. Buy a $50 PJ's gift card for them and get a $10 bonus PJ's card for you. The perfect gift card for any sports fan on your list. Happy holidays at PJ's. The Eagles are 12-2 and tied for the best record in the NFC following their win over Pittsburgh. And Jalen Hurts has been playing some great football recently. Nick Sirianni talked yesterday about the outstanding play of his quarterback on Sunday.
Jalen's extremely tough, physically, mentally, and again, I thought he played a fantastic game in many ways, was able to run for yards, threw the ball really well against a really good defense. Another week of good football from Jalen Hurts.
It certainly was, and that's a big reason why the Eagles are where they are. But the playoff picture is getting more interesting by the day in the NFC as the Vikings joined the Eagles and Lions at 12-2 last night with a win over Chicago. Speaking of Detroit, another big loss for them to injury as running back David Montgomery's season is over due to a knee issue. With 3 weeks left in the regular season, still a lot to be worked out on both sides of the bracket. The Sixers bounced back from a tough weekend with a win over the Charlotte Hornets last night, 121-108. Tyrese Maxey, a 40-piece in the win. Paul George, 33, his best game so far in his short Sixers tenure. It's an off night in Philly sports. Flyers will take on the Red Wings tomorrow night. We'll talk to Jeff McClain of the Inquirer coming up at 8:10. I'm Connor Thomas for the home of the 76ers and Flyers, 97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
6:30 on Kincade Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic on this rainy, dreary, but beautiful, Johnny, Tuesday morning following the Eagles' 10th straight victory. Are the Eagles now the best team in the NFL in your mind? And we'll go a step further, because why the hell not?
Did you have rain this morning, by the way?
Yeah, drizzles.
We did not. So
Drizzles on the way in.
I did not this morning. So that's
A little
good.
wet roads. So
okay, we
good
had
for
little
you.
wet roads. Be careful out there. There's still some wet roads.
Absolutely. Could this Eagles team go down as the greatest team in franchise history? I know people hesitate right away because they have to still make it to the play. I mean, they're in the playoffs.
Yeah,
but,
exactly.
Do
we
something
understand.
in the playoffs.
Take that out of the conversation.
We're talking about, you think about this team, and John goes, heart of hearts, no. And
No.
I think I agree with you with the 04 squad, but then you start thinking about it, right? Like, I love B. West. That's one of my childhood heroes.
I liked everything about him but the Villanova part.
Barkley's better. This O-line is better, even though they did have a great O-line back in 04.
They did have a great O-line.
I mean,
They
Trey
did.
Thomas on that O-line. It's great. But then, T.O., but A.J. Brown is every bit as T.O.
I think A.J. Brown's better than T.O.
And
I think that's saying something. But for the year, T.O. was spectacular.
he was spectacular. But then you have Devontae versus pick your poison of Pinkston and
better.
Thrash.
Much better.
And then I actually like Chad Lewis. He was a good hands tight end.
He was, but he's not.
But if Dallas Goedert's healthy, it's not even a question.
I think Grant Calcaterra could be Chad Lewis.
Could be.
But I mean, I'm going to ask you this, though. When we answer those questions, doesn't that make you go, wow, then why aren't they better? Then why has this team had such issues this year?
I get.
I hate
what
getting
you're
that
saying.
sigh out of you, and I don't want to do that as I am trying to lead the positive energy about this team, and I feel it. But honestly, it does make me say, come on, why in the hell has this year been such a struggle?
Yeah, I get what you're saying, because if you look at some of the final scores from that 2004 Eagles team, there were just blowout after blowout after blowout.
Yeah, they beat the hell out of people.
And they had two of their three losses came at the end of the year when they were already in.
When they were in, yeah, they
So,
shut it down. Well, that's what happened in 22 also.
Right.
That team lost cosmetic games at the end to finish 14-3. If they had played all the way, they would have been 16-1.
They very well could be.
No, they
now,
would
this
have been.
team, if they play all the way, could finish 15-2.
Yep, they could.
All right, it's amazing.
And that would be the best record. So you'd say to yourself, well, they're got to be the best team, right?
It's just funny coming into this season. How many times did we say this offense could go down as the greatest offense in Eagles franchise history? But nobody said this defense would be near the top of this year. Now we're comparing them to other top defenses in Eagles franchise history. I think the one thing that keeps them beneath some of these defenses is turnovers. They just don't turn over the ball enough.
They don't do enough turnovers. That's correct.
But that could be a Vic Fangio thing.
That could be. Well, the thing is too is that like Vic Fangio the other day, they don't rush more than 4 at any time in that game.
Right.
That's wild to me.
Whereas Jim Johnson back in the day was
Right.
let's rush all 11. Why not?
And to me, they didn't have to.
Right.
They didn't have to. He was like, there is no way that Duck Arm is going to quack us to a loss.
Right,
tonight.
exactly.
We're gonna trust that Russell Wilson cannot beat us.
And he couldn't.
And he couldn't.
He literally couldn't. So those are our first two questions to start today. Are the Eagles now the best team in the NFL? And if you go a step farther, is this Eagles team, could it go down as one of the greatest teams in franchise history? You can climb in at 610-632-0975. Now, we touched on it last segment, but if you missed it, the Lions are just falling apart in terms of injuries. David Montgomery suffered a season-ending knee injury in the loss to the Bills. He's done for the season.
And by the way, had you either one of you heard that he was?
I know he got banged up in the game.
Yeah, but
and
I didn't hear that he was that they were worried about what the.
He's on my fantasy team and cost me playoffs. I knew immediately.
Oh, jeez.
David Montgomery.
Yeah, he's
boy.
he's done for the season, man. And if you look at this team, they got Aiden Hutchinson is on injured reserve. He's their best player defensively. There's a chance that he could come back for the NFC Championship game. That's what Jay Glazer's reporting. my follow-up
I don't
is,
believe for a second that that's true.
but even if it is,
Like that's going to happen. I think that
how great is he? Like, you're coming off of that major injury, the tibia and fibia that he broke.
which, by the way, is just again, boy, he's a menace.
He is, but like, how great can he actually be if he's coming back from that kind of an injury?
All right, I saw T.O. play 6 weeks after a broken leg.
That's
it
true?
It wasn't as vicious as broken leg status, but I saw T.O. and he was the best player on the Eagles on the field in Jacksonville in that Super Bowl.
Yeah, as a wide receiver, not
question.
a ground and pound short yardage running back that's going to get smoked every play.
No, Hutchinson, right?
Oh, Hutchinson. My fault. I thought we were still saying Montgomery.
is that
yeah,
like,
I mean, still, like, major contact position. Wide receiver or corner are the ones that you can come back from.
yeah, I guess so. I'm feeling like when you did that part of the conversation where you start talking about, well, let's look at offensive line, let's look at running back, let's look at this, and then I say to myself, well, why don't I have this Eagles team ahead of the three others that I mentioned that have happened since the turn of the century?
I think you said it cosmetically. It hasn't been necessarily pleasing all season long.
Correct.
10-game winning streak, and we three of them were like the Panthers game, the Browns game, and the Jags game led to a lot of questions following it.
And in this is another angle that I wrote down. In 2004, I never once doubted Andy Reid. In 2017, I wasn't doubting Doug Peterson.
Right.
In 2022, I wasn't doubting Nick Sirianni during that season.
But there were some moments this year.
Yes. So there's red flags around this team that just alarm me more than any one of those three teams before.
Now, the question is, can those things be overcome, which they have?
Yeah, sure.
And does that now all of a sudden change your opinion? Like, if I asked you this question and Sunday was the Jags game, obviously we'd be feeling a little bit differently. But because that Jags game happened months ago now, maybe it does change how you're feeling about it. Now, this is another question, and this was one of the questions that we had in our promo. If you would like to address the question, John, or ask the question about the seating that we talked about yesterday.
We talked about it as we're just talking off the air. Do you feel that there's any change in your opinion about the Birds needing the number one seed? We all know they want the number one seed. We want them to have it. We want 2 games at home to go to the Super Bowl. But has your opinion changed that any of it really matters? Does it matter? Do you think, are you less, if this team's the 2 seed, and let's say Detroit's the 1, are you really saying to yourself, yeah, I don't like their Super Bowl chances as much? Because I will tell you right now, getting to the NFC Championship game, I could make the argument that it could be harder to get there as the 1 seed than the 2 seed.
All right, so you're going to have to explain why coming up in a little bit. But to answer your question, no, I don't think they need the 1 seed. Preference would be the 1 seed because I'd rather have to play less games in order to get to the Super Bowl. And, of course, home field advantage throughout is a big deal. But we talked about this, was it last week or 2 weeks ago, where you were saying it's a coin flip if the game was in Detroit?
I think it was, and by the way, I would put it now as a slight edge Eagles.
Yeah, because of everything that the Lions are dealing with.
Slight edge Eagles.
I wasn't like Chesty saying, I don't care when and where any team can get it. But I wasn't like I'm not going to say fearful as you were, but I wasn't as concerned as what you seemed to be a couple of weeks ago.
I absolutely have fears of going to Detroit to try to win to go to the Super Bowl. And I have I
just think I have the team, the players, the mentality, a guy like Jalen Hurts who can block out everything. And a team that has won on the road, especially this year, in some pretty big games.
And I only have one other major concern, and we'll talk about that later on.
All right. So
but, I mean, it's there. I feel so good, but I'm going to tell you, and I'll explain it later, I don't know if maybe the 2 seed is even the easier path.
Well, you're going to do that next.
It's going to sound stupid.
You're going to do that next.
Right.
So our questions today to start the show in this 6 o'clock hour. Are the Eagles now the best team in the NFL? Is question 1. If you want to go a step further, could this Eagles team go down as one of the greatest in franchise history, if not the greatest in franchise history? And do you believe the Eagles need the 1 seed? John posed that question. I don't think so. Obviously, it's a preference to get the 1 seed, but I don't think so. But John's going to explain coming up next that it might be better for the Eagles to finish as the 2 seed than the 1 seed.
Could happen. I'll explain.
All right, he's going to explain coming up next. It is Kincade and Salciunas. We'll also take your texts and your calls on this Tuesday morning. Another fun Tuesday, which is something that we're not accustomed to here on 97.5 The Fanatic.
Eagles head coach Nick Sirianni on the Birds 27-13.
It's on Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic. Just telling John about some of my great remotes and,
'Cause you got appearances
and
this week.
appearances that I've been to. I got a couple this weekend that I can't wait to go to. On Friday, I'll be at the Yard Pub in Havertown, and then
Okay.
Saturday I'll be at Screwballs in King of Prussia. And Connor, where Screwballs is my kind of shopping center.
It's got everything in it. It's one of those Heinz 57.
You have a cleaner. You always need the cleaner inside the
Now,
shopping
my cleaner
center.
is in King of Prussia.
I
go to Zips, but
the
that's
Valley
another one.
Forge Diner, Angelo's Pizza. So I got all kinds of food if I need it, right? Screwballs, which they got wings and beer. Bagelicious. I would go to a place called Bagelicious.
I don't think Bagelicious is probably open at that hour, though.
China House, and not 7-Eleven, but 6-Eleven.
Now, Connor,
okay.
Connor will now get in his car at some point just to see what the 6-Eleven
I got to
is.
walk inside the 6-Eleven when I'm there. It's a mini mart. It's the same thing. It's just called 6-Eleven, not 7-Eleven.
Love that.
And
Cool.
if I'm not mistaken, I believe it may have at one time been a 7-Eleven.
Oh, really? They just changed the number?
I think it may have.
They
Guys, I
reduced
got-
the fraction.
I got
Unlike the
I got
7-Eleven
the perfect idea.
Unlike the 7-Eleven in Broomall that I stole from when I was a kid.
Oh.
Whoa.
Yeah, I've told that story with you.
Johnny Felony. My goodness.
I stole Gold Rush gum. You know the little sack of like the chunks of gold bubble gum?
Yeah.
I stole it from the 7-Eleven. My parents found out because I'm a terrible liar. And so my dad put me in the car and drove me up to the 7-Eleven and made me return it. And the guy said he knew who I was when I went in. And my dad's sitting in the car and he goes, Johnny, don't you ever do that again. Don't you ever do that again. And the guy's waving his finger at me. And I come out and I'm crying. Got tears in my eyes because I'm scared. And then my dad goes, oh, he didn't call the cops on you? No? Okay. So he puts me in the car and he drives me to the Marple Township
What?
police station
Oh, my God.
and sits me in front of the police station and says, okay, go in and turn yourself in.
That's good parenting.
They're going to put you in jail. Oh, yes, as a 7-year-old, 6-year-old is wailing. And go in, turn yourself in, and we'll come visit you in jail. We'll make sure that you.
Yeah.
And I swear to you, it was a horrifying experience of childhood.
I once, we won't dive deep into this
Yeah.
on the air, but I once, as a teenager, was very uncomfortable buying a certain item when you're dating somebody.
Extra small?
Yeah, of course. I
Is
didn't
that
want
why you were? Okay,
yeah.
okay.
So I just thieved them. I was too scared to go up to the counter.
Because you thought somebody was going to say, hey, Andrew, how are you?
I was just worried.
Oh, okay.
Small town growing up.
It could be.
So I just thieved them. So
Well, say so, we all.
later on in my life,
No, don't say we all.
later on in my life,
How do you never ever?
I
I've only ever stolen hearts, Johnny.
I brought money to the establishment and just left it on the counter. And whoever was working the counter probably just picked up and said, "What's this?"
Some would listen to this show and say they're stealing money.
Yes, maybe.
There could be. So maybe we haven't stopped.
All right, so tell us how we're going to steal money with this topic. I'm kidding. Why is the 2 seed in your mind potentially a better path?
I understand the idea of the 1 seed's the better path. Okay, that I understand
Yeah,
where people
bye
say
week.
you're winning 2 games at home, and the bye week I've heard from people is so valuable, and players have always told me that, coaches have told me that. But listen to this scenario. If I gave you this scenario, to get to the NFC title game, the Eagles must win a home game versus the Commanders, and then the next week play either the Buccaneers or the Rams on your home field.
Potentially.
Or you're the 1 seed, you have the bye week, and you are waiting for the Vikings or the Packers in that game. Would you rather play the Vikings or the Packers at home and play 1 game, or would you rather play the Commanders and then either the Buccaneers or the Rams on your home field the second week?
Honestly, both are kind of alarming because, as we've talked about with the Bucks.
The Buccaneers, to me, it's boogeyman.
But here's the one thing that concerns me about that Vikings or Packers thing. They're used to playing in cold.
Correct. Even though
I know
the Vikings
Minnesota's
play
in a dome, yeah,
but they're still
that's a cold weather team, right? And so them coming to Philadelphia isn't like Tampa coming to Philadelphia in
Correct.
January.
Or the Rams.
In January.
Exactly. So I asked the scenario. Connor, I can tell by your eyes now. I usually can tell by your eyes what you're thinking. I'm thinking you might actually be on the same wavelength.
Not on this one, Johnny.
Okay.
No, give me the 1 seed. I'd rather play, I think the Eagles are better than Minnesota. I think they're better than Green Bay. I'd rather play the one game. And I know you guys are scared of the Bucs. I'm not really, but I'm scared of the Rams a little bit.
I'm not scared of the Bucs as a team. I'm scared of what Todd Bowles has been able to do against Jalen Hurts.
Same thing. It doesn't matter what you're scared of. There are worries about that game, and there are worries to me about the Rams and what they've got working right now.
And what I'm saying to you is, by the way, for those driving in their car that don't have the standings in front of them, don't have my spreadsheet, I'll send it to you, by the way. I had somebody ask me.
I know.
And I sent it to him. Buccaneers with the Packers. Well, Buccaneers with the Packers. That would be your week. That would be your first wild card weekend game. Rams host the Vikings would be your second. I am of the belief, I don't know what it'll be, not the 3 seed and the 4 seed, not both of them will not lose at home. Despite inferior records, both of them are not going to lose their home game.
Okay.
So, in that regard, that's why I'm saying that. So, to me, I that's where I'm at.
Here's the one thing that...
By the way, the Vikes, too, is the 2 seed. Even if the Buccaneers and Rams both lost, the Eagles would play the Vikings in the second home game to go to the NFC title game, and the Lions would be left with dealing with the Packers. So, to me, because the Vikings are 2 games up on the Packers, I don't think they're going to blow that with 3 games to go. I just don't. Could it happen? Sure. Will it happen? I doubt it. But that's where I'm saying too is I'd rather play the Vikings than the Packers. Is everybody in agreement there?
Yes.
Or not?
Yeah. Absolutely.
Yeah.
You're hesitating a little bit.
No, I'm just thinking about all the teams involved.
You're at home. I'd rather play the dome team coming outside.
Right.
And I'd rather play Sam Darnold than I would Jordan Love.
Now, I will say this, though, for the 1 seed, 2 seed conversation.
Okay.
The one thing that still kind of freaks me out about this, right? It's great that the 1 seed is still in play.
Oh, no,
amazing,
it's right there.
Right? It could very well come down to week 18. And let's just say we need the Lions to lose and the Eagles to win.
And the Lions play the Vikings last week.
Right.
So I'm guessing that will be flexed to the Sunday night game.
Probably. What if the Lions end up winning and then you never had the bye week? Because our original hope was week 18 won't matter.
Yeah.
So you're getting a bye week, right? Even though you're not getting a bye week in the playoffs, you're using week 18 as a bye.
That's another twist.
But if week 18 still has a chance of getting the 1 seed and you handle your business, but the team that you need to lose doesn't, you never had a bye week.
There's another. You know what though? I don't think there's an argument to that.
How
as
about
far
that?
as you wonder about that.
Open your mind to another thought.
Except that the Giants are always a bye week.
Except last year.
Yeah, well,
except last year
out. Take last year out of your vocabulary.
Look, I agree with you. All right, so coming up next, we'll reset all our topics. We'll get to the text line and phone lines. We've been chit-chatting. We're having so much fun doing this show, and on Tuesdays, no less, that we've been chit-chatting a lot. So we'll hear from you. And also, I'm going to open up a conversation about Joel Embiid. And I hope we can try to be adults about it. But I tweeted something out over the weekend that I thought I'd get more pushback on, John, and I didn't. And I'm surprised by it. After his 3rd facial fracture. It's Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Fanatic Sports Update.
Eagles getting great QB play. I'm Connor Thomas, and this update is brought to you by PayPal. Get exclusive cashback offers in the app, and with the PayPal debit card, stack 5% more in your chosen monthly category on up to $1,000 in purchases. Don't just pay, PayPal. The Eagles sitting at 12-2, tied for the best record in the NFC. They're rolling right now. They've won 10 straight football games following their win over Pittsburgh, and Nick Sirianni took to the podium yesterday with a lot of great things to say, and a lot of them surrounding quarterback Jalen Hurts.
Jalen's extremely tough, physically, mentally, and again, I thought he played a fantastic game in many ways, was able to run for yards, threw the ball really well against a really good defense. Another week of good football from Jalen Hurts.
It was an excellent week of football from Jalen Hurts, and it was one of the last boxes that a lot of the fan base seemed to need checked from this strong Eagles team. So now the next sight is set on locking up the division with a win over Washington on Sunday, and the playoff picture is getting more interesting by the day in the NFC. The Vikings joined the Eagles and Lions at 12-2 last night, taking down the Bears. Speaking of Detroit, another big loss for them to injury. Running back David Montgomery's season is over due to a knee injury. With 3 weeks left in the regular season, still a lot to be worked out seeding-wise. The Sixers had a bounce-back game last night after a tough weekend. They beat the Hornets 121-108. Tyrese Maxey had 40. Paul George had 33, so a strong game from that duo. It's an off night in Philly sports. The Flyers will take on the Red Wings tomorrow night. We'll talk to Jeff McClain coming up at 8:10. I'm Connor Thomas for the home of the 76ers and Flyers, 97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
Can you feel it?
The Eagles are back to being Super Bowl contenders. Talk on Kincade and Salciunas. 97.5 The Fanatic on this Tuesday morning.
Hey, Tuesday.
Johnny,
Yes.
it's Wawa holidays, man.
It is, baby.
Happy Wawa days with Kincade and Salciunas. Yesterday, we did this for the first time that we will be doing all week. We are going to be giving away a $50 Wawa gift card. So we gave one away yesterday. We will be giving away one today and every day this week. And so we're going to try to do it different points of the show.
Sure.
Because
Move it around.
different
Shift it around.
audiences, right? Like yesterday
Exactly.
we did it in the later half of the show.
By
And of
design.
course, yeah, by design. If you're listening right now, we're doing something at 8:45 in the morning. So we want to give everybody an opportunity to win during Happy Wawa days. So here's what we're going to do. Just like we did yesterday, we will each give an order from Wawa. It will be the Kincade and Salciunas with Connor Thomas Wawa order. And then once we give all three orders, we will tell you when to call. And if you remember all three, you will win the Wawa $50 gift card. Stop in and get a Wawa gift card, a great gift for anyone on your list. Could be a teacher, mail carrier, trash collector, your favorite radio host, who knows?
That wouldn't be a bad idea.
Available on a rack at the register, available in 10s, 25, 50, and $100 increments. So, Connor, Johnny went first yesterday. I will let you start. Are you going to go entree like John went entree to start?
It's technically an entree, but this is my pre-golf round snack that we're going to go with today.
This is interesting.
Salciunas might know about this because I think he knows my proclivity for this item. I'm going to go with the chicken salad flatbread sandwich. You can get it from the little center part where they have all the wraps and everything, the pre-made ones.
Okay.
Amazing item if you're stopping by in the morning.
And it's not too heavy.
No.
Especially before a round of golf.
Is the chicken salad wrap, is that a summer item? Because I don't think of that as a winter item.
Oh, dude, I'll eat chicken salads. $3.65.
I told you.
Yeah, $3.65,
And by the way,
man.
people we know, their company is going to come to Philly this year.
Cool.
Chicken Salad Chick.
Oh, okay.
And when it comes here, Connor, if you like chicken salad, you're going to fall in love. I don't know if it's going to be Wawa quality, but we'll see.
It will not meet the chicken salad flatbread sandwich from Wawa.
That's
my
what
order.
chicken
and that
salad
is Connor's
flatbread.
go-to. So
I have never even – I don't even look at that center aisle, except sometimes I will have a craving for fruit. And I like
the pre-made wraps.
Yeah, I don't.
Oh, dude, they're quick grab and goes,
yeah,
man.
I don't do that, but sometimes I'll say, I know we don't have fruit in the house, and I just want a serving of fruit.
I got you.
And you get some there. That Wawa's great.
It is. So that was the first order of the day. Again, we will give three. Connor gave his.
Good.
I will give one. John will give one. And
This is awesome.
When we give out all three, we'll tell you when to call our contest line, and one lucky winner for today will win a $50 Wawa gift card. We're doing that every single day this week because it is Happy Wawa Days with Kincade and Salciunas. All right, before we get into this Embiid topic, let's reset what we've been talking about, and then we'll get to the people because we've been chatty Cathys today. Is that offensive today in this day and age?
No.
Chatty Cathy?
No, I knew a
think
lot of
that's fine.
Cathys that were very chatty.
So here's what we talked about.
Not many Cathys today.
Are the Eagles now the best team in the NFL? So let's play the clip. This was Damian Woody. You'll hear Rex Ryan in this as well.
Nice feet.
On Get Up yesterday. Yeah, man. That's still a wild
Yes.
moment in life.
Yes, it is.
But here's Damian Woody. He was asked, is this the best team in the NFL? And his answer is yes.
This team is ridiculous how good they are. By the way, the best part of their team is on the other side of the ball.
Is their defense. Are the Eagles the best team in the NFL, D. Wood?
Yes, they're the best team right now. Number one, they're the healthiest. It pays to be healthy at this time of year, but they're loaded all over the place. And Rex is right. The Pittsburgh Steelers had one explosive play in the passing game. They had 0 explosive runs. Okay, so as much as we want to talk about, Philadelphia in the passing game, how about the Philadelphia Eagles defense and how they just completely dismantle the Pittsburgh Steelers offense? Listen, this is a complete team. They're a wagon. They're going to be tough for anyone to beat.
And I love that clip. There was no hot take stink to it.
No.
Right? It was just straight up analysis. Look,
it is.
He's straight up, right? They're healthy. Other teams aren't. If we're having a conversation about the 100% healthy Lions, it's probably a different discussion. It's maybe not as easy to answer.
Right.
But because the Lions are losing players left and right, 2 more starters, one on defense, one on offense with David Montgomery, and remember, that's part of their That's their offense, is Montgomery and Gibbs, the tandem backfield. Now it's going to be the Jahmyr Gibbs show, and I'm sure he's still going to be spectacular, but you lose that 1-2 punch, and Montgomery the more physical back between the two. So obviously health is a big part of it, but he talks about the defense. We went through the explosive play chart yesterday, NFL Gamebook on NFL.com. They put together the top 10 longest plays for each team. The Steelers, well, they had one play of more than 20 yards.
By the way, thanks a lot for giving me one other thing that I'm going to now obsess on and have to look at every week.
Oh, dude, I love it.
I didn't know it existed.
Didn't know that?
No, I didn't know it existed.
Great.
And I looked at it yesterday, and I looked at, by the way, the Eagles were the best in the NFL on that day. 9
of their 10 plays for their longest plays were above 20 yards, and that's what they consider an explosive play, right? The Steelers only had, I think it was one, maybe two, because I know they had the 31-yarder on the flea flicker, and they may have had one other for over 20 yards.
Which, by the way, still, in the 15-minute game yesterday,
that ball just hung up in the air forever.
That ball's a freaking duck.
Yeah, it
was such an amazing catch.
Yeah, it was put perfectly, like where nobody else could get to it, but still, it was an ugly throw. So is this Eagles team the best team in the NFL? We then got into a question a little bit deeper, Eagles-centric. Could this team go down as the greatest in franchise history? And you said no right away,
because
but you
we're
did
talking
your
about regular
homework.
season.
Yes. But you start thinking a little bit more when I start going, position group versus position group. This is one of the better ones.
Well, when you talk about team, but then that actually bothered me when we got into that discussion. Because when I looked at it that way, I had the Eagles fourth. I had this season as the fourth best that I've seen the Eagles in a regular season. And I put 2004, I put 2017, I put 2022. I would think every Eagles fan with truth serum felt better about the 2022 team.
Yeah, I agree.
I think every Eagles fan with truth serum would say the 2017 team before the Carson Wentz injury.
Right.
This team has given us a lot of agita, and a lot of it has been self-inflicted. The coach, player drama, things like that. To me, but when you talked about personnel and talent, you may be absolute. I feel much better about this Eagles defense than I did 2004. I feel better about this Eagles defense than 2017. 2022.
Yeah, 2017, the second. The Patrick Robinson.
Yeah.
Ronald Darby.
Right. I mean, I feel better about
Jalen
this
Mills.
team there. But 2020, the thing is with the 2022 team, with the 70 sacks, there was something about that defense that was getting me. But this defense is absolutely better.
It's more well-rounded.
This defense is better than that defense was.
Yeah, it's more well-rounded.
Sure.
And then now that Zach Bond and Nakobe Dean are playing the way that they are,
Absolutely.
You can't do the whole, T.J. Edwards, Kazir White. Hey, Zach Bond and Nakobe Dean, they're playing up to that level. All right, and then our last question, does the 1 seed really matter to you? And I wondered, has that changed your thought a little bit, what I brought up about Week 18?
It does. And it's weird because this is why we don't do the show before the show. Because when I saw it and we're talking about it, I'm thinking, okay, this is fairly straightforward and simple. I don't know where there would be any, not conflict, but any kind of, where we're going to feel different. Yeah. I do believe, though, there's a great chance in the Dallas game and the Giants game where you're talking about fourth quarter, where we're feeling like it's 2022.
Where you're taking them off. Yeah.
Where we're having, and if that happens, I have no concern about playing Week 18.
Right.
Except injury.
Like, if the Eagles are getting the 2 seed, I would like to know that sooner.
Well,
you know what I mean? I don't want that going into Week 18. The Eagles play to try to get the 1 seed, and then the Lions just handle their business, and it's like, oh, well, then there's no bye at all.
And then you're feeling different. Yeah, I got you. It all makes sense. I'm
glad that it makes sense. All right, coming up in a little bit, I'm going to open up a Joel Embiid discussion. But before we do that, let's get to the text line and the phone line. Same number, 610-632-0975.
Strange how that is, isn't it?
What do we have on the text line, Mr. Thomas?
All right, so Mike leads us off today. He says, yes, the Eagles are the best team in the NFL, flying high on all cylinders. And I've been saying for weeks, this team has Super Bowl aspirations. No one is on their level right now.
Yeah, I mean... well, I'll give the Bills
the best,
but
though,
that's in the other conference.
Yeah, I don't know. I feel that the Eagles are the best team.
Yeah, I will not give you the Bills. I'm sorry.
I'm just not with the Bills defense. I'm not.
Dude, they've given up 40 how many times?
I think 3.
Like,
But they've
Regardless
given
of the
up
debate,
80
they're at least on the other side. Like, we don't have to worry about it.
They've given up 86 in 2 weeks.
that's the thing. Could you imagine this Eagles defense giving up 40?
No.
Never.
They gave up 30 twice before the bye.
I got you. But
And then
listen.
from that point on,
I
it has
can't
been-
see them giving up 40.
No, I can't see them giving up 40. Could
But
I
then
see,
again, if you're playing, like Josh Allen's going to win MVP, right? Like,
Yes. Guess
like,
what? He's not putting up 40
If
on
I
this
said-
team.
if
No,
I
I'm
said
not saying
Josh
40,
Allen-
but if you put up 28 to 30 something,
I think Josh Allen could put up 28 on him.
Okay, but that's the thing. I'm talking about how this Eagles offense could do against that Bills defense too. Like, you're telling me a team that's given up significantly more points than the Eagles on the defensive side of the ball is good? They're not.
No.
okay. That's
No,
fair.
I get it.
We're very chesty today here.
I had people arguing with me yesterday a little bit about it. It's like competition matters, one gentleman was saying. And I'm like, okay, what competition are you talking about? I said, because if you're saying about competition matters, well, and I'm saying, look, the Rams scored a touchdown. The Rams and the Ravens scored touchdowns in the inside 2-minute warnings to make it cosmetically close, sitting at 13 points and 12 points. The Eagles have given up 86 points in 5 games. And in those 5 games, that includes the Commanders, who are going to the playoffs most likely, the Ravens and the Steelers.
yeah.
Come on now.
That's fair.
Let's stop,
Look, Eagles defense.
Competition matters. I chuckle at because they've answered the call. They've answered that bell.
They absolutely have. All right, let's go to our man Tom in Alabama. What's up, Tommy?
Morning. How's everyone?
Doing well, man. Hope you're feeling well.
Thank you. Same to you. Salciunas, I hope you're doing well.
What's up, brother?
Not much. Hey, it's funny that you were saying about the teams that went to the Super Bowl. And out of all the teams, the one that I really thought was going to win was the one 2 years ago, because of, like you just said, John, the defense, the sacks, and because of Reddick. And he really screwed himself here.
He did, didn't he?
Oh, yeah.
And who's just telling, if he would have played for that $15 million for us, what it might have done? Because you bring in a guy like Baggio, and it goes to show you when people say about coaching, oh, they're not going to listen. He didn't do well in Miami with the guys. If you have the right coaches, you might even have a guy like Zach Baum who's not in the right position. You have to position the people and be able to make adjustments, and that's what Baggio has done here. This is a historic change from last year.
It is.
I mean, the tackling. I've never seen an Eagles team tackle like
I'm going to Sham, I'm going to share something with you now, and you take care of yourself.
Thanks,
and if we don't
Tommy.
talk to you, have a great holiday. I'll share a conversation that I had on Sunday. I will not betray the media member who said it to me, but said, what if Vic Fangio was the one who didn't want Hassan Reddick?
Could be.
Because I was saying, boy, imagine if you had Reddick.
Right.
Imagine if Reddick had stayed and just played for his contract. And this media member, who is far more in tune day to day with what this team is,
Right,
said to me, what if it was Vic Fangio that didn't want
Could have
Reddick?
been, yeah.
And I know that I will absolutely believe with conviction that Hassan Reddick was part of the problem in the locker room last year.
Right.
Was one of the guys that was freelancing for stuff and not following the plan that guys like Fletcher Cox talked about. I absolutely believe he is one of those people.
Now, I wonder if Vic Fangio would have loved to have Hassan Reddick as long as it's with the original contract.
And he would have loved to.
Maybe he said, look, Howie, none of this is worth it. I don't necessarily need him.
And more importantly, is he going to do what I want him to do?
Right.
Because if it's true that he was the guy that was one of the people being talked about freelancing last year.
Yep, Josh Sweat was calling out teammates.
And Fletcher Cox.
Yep.
Two guys. And to me, I would say the last thing that Vic Fangio would have wanted with all those young players he's trying to assimilate is a veteran player in the last year of a contract trying to do his own thing.
Yeah, 2 things real quick. I'd be surprised if Vic Fangio cares what anyone has ever made. Like, he doesn't seem like a guy who's like, this guy's making this, so I want this type of contract situation. I know it matters to Howie.
Sure.
But the other thing, if that dude came in here after his previous team in the Miami Dolphins had all this stuff come out about how they didn't really love him as a coach, and one of the first things he does is says, hey, your most talented defensive player, I don't want him. And then he goes out and he puts together the #1 defense in the NFL. Build him the statue now. That is, do you know how ballsy you have to be to do that?
And it could, but the thing is, Connor, I'm going to tell you, is that I believe the person who told it to me that it could be, and he did not say that it's fact.
But it could
Right.
be.
He just said that he believes Vic Fangio had a real heavy hand on how this defense was built and how they drafted last year. And if he did, I hope Vic Fangio, when he decides to head on up to Berks County or whatever it is, and just to, retire and be grandpa and everything, I hope he somehow has an engagement with the Eagles.
Some
where
sort of advisory
where he
role.
advises, where he studies film. Because you know this. Vic Fangio would be probably you could just imagine.
The worst retired guy ever.
Oh my God!
Yeah.
Now he likes to golf, so that's great. So we'll take
4 hours.
we'll take him out to golf and do that. But if they said to him, "Hey Vic, we're going to pay you money. You're gonna analyze tape leading up to the draft."
Yeah, he's a football guy. Come on,
Give
man.
it to him.
He's been doing it for 40 years.
Yeah,
he's not
man.
going to stop.
And the thing is, if we're in the first tee, and we talk to Vic, and we we're football guys. We can have some good conversation
laugh at
today.
us.
I think he'd probably pack his bag and go back to the car.
And I wouldn't blame him. All right. Before we continue our Eagles discussion, I want to
Sure.
open this one up as well. And this is for just another topic. We got a lot of topics going your way today on this beautiful
We're
Tuesday
chatting
morning.
Cathy's today.
This is something where it's going to not be a comfortable conversation, I don't think. But if I asked the question, would you blame Joel Embiid for retiring? What would your answer be?
I did not answer your social media post
I know you didn't.
because I was thinking that at some point you'd bring this up on the air and I'd be able to 2x4 you across the head.
And real
yes,
quick-
I would absolutely blame him 1,000,000 times over.
Interesting.
Blame him completely because he signed a huge contract extension knowing he was injured and knowing that he hadn't done the proper rehab this summer.
What does the face have to do with that?
I would suggest is that there is how about this? I had a doctor on Sunday ask me, does the man drink milk?
I know.
Because honestly, he said people get punched in the face. Facial injuries, people getting punched in the face
Yeah.
is something that happens from childhood to adulthood to whatever. And this doctor said, and you know where I was on Sunday, said facial bones are actually not that fragile. And he said, does he drink milk? Does he have a calcium deficiency?
Maybe he doesn't.
Does he have, because calcium deficiency, he said, is a real thing, and a lot of guys don't pay attention to it.
Okay.
So, yes, I would blame him 1,000,000 times over.
Last year, when the meniscus injury happened. Is right.
Okay.
Did the injury happen when the show first started, or was he already hurt when the show first started? Back in March?
I think he was already hurt.
And it
was because
he was already
his
hurt.
meniscus was already bothering him when I was in the islands.
right. So I remember we got into this conversation, and it straight up became a generational discussion, where I asked, "Hey, do you ever think about him mentally? This guy's gone through so many injuries. At what point do you start thinking about the upstairs ramifications of constantly rehabbing, getting hurt, constantly rehabbing, getting hurt?" And so Joel Embiid, the knee is finally not swollen, and it's a different injury. And if you remember, earlier this year, Andre Drummond said to the media that Joel Embiid is depressed. And this was before the facial injury. And then another injury happens. A third facial fracture, which, tell me another basketball player that's had this many facial fractures. So we'll discuss this a little bit more coming up next, because this could just be generational, for all I know.
I don't know what generational. I'm going to just preview you. I don't know what the hell generational would have to do with it.
Okay. Would you blame Joel Embiid if he woke up this morning and said, I don't want to do this anymore, and he retires because mentally he just can't handle it anymore? We'll discuss this more coming up next. Also, Nick Sirianni talked about growing culture. We'll get into that as well. It is still an Eagles day, but that Sixers topic has just been announced as well. It is Kincade and Salciunas right here, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Fanatic Sports Update.
The playoff race is heating up. I'm Connor Thomas, and this update is brought to you by Indeed.com. You don't need a job site. You need a hiring platform. Indeed lets you schedule and conduct virtual interviews all from one place. Start at Indeed.com/credit. The playoff race is heating up in the NFL as we head into the final 3 weeks of the season, and it got interesting in the NFC last night as the Vikings joined the Eagles and Lions at 12-2, a three-way tie for the best record in the NFC. So another team for Birds fans to keep an eye on if the 1 seed is the goal. Speaking of Detroit, though, another big loss for them to injury. Man, it's been a rough year. Running back David Montgomery's season is over due to a knee injury. He's headed for surgery. So, like I said, 3 weeks left in the regular season. Still a lot to be worked out, especially in the NFC. Now, the Eagles, they worked out their passing game on Sunday against the Pittsburgh Steelers. They're 12-2 themselves. They've got a very comfortable spot high up in the playoff seating. And Nick Sirianni talked about what Jalen Hurts has done in his role recently.
Jalen's extremely tough, physically, mentally, and again, I thought he played a fantastic game in many ways, was able to run for yards, threw the ball really well against a really good defense. Another week of good football from Jalen Hurts.
Seems like everything is clicking on the offensive side for the Birds. The Sixers bounced back from a tough weekend with a win over the Hornets last night, 121-108. Tyrese Maxey had 40 in the win, Paul George 33. It's an off night in Philly sports. Jeff McClain and the Inquirer joins us coming up at 8:10. I'm Connor Thomas for the home of the 76ers and Flyers, 97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
Philadelphia 76ers basketball.
The sumo blocked by Paul George. What a defensive play.
The games are here.
McCain knocks it away and Embiid steals it. Joel with a pass to Jared. McCain into the McCain. Jay Martin jams it.
Tom McGinnis delivers the live call.
Rebound Maxey. Maxey's got a triple.
Kincade Salciunas, 97.5, The Fanatic. We got to give our second Wawa order. So, John, you'll be the finale of this one.
The finale.
Happy Wawa days.
Love it.
From Wawa. And, of course, here on Kincade and Salciunas, there's nothing better than a Wawa gift card for the holidays. You can also do e-gift cards. Send your team or coworkers an e-gift card. Treat them to Wawa instantly. Personalize in minutes. Send in seconds. Now,
West Coast of Florida, by the way, if you know anybody in that Tampa down through Naples, through there, you have relatives down there, a Wawa gift card. There are Wawas popping up everywhere.
Near Orlando, I know, right near the parks, right?
Right near the parks now, there's a
super
Wawa.
Wawa down there.
Yes, I think Liv and Christina stayed off-site the last time they went down, and I think Liv got a shorty every morning before going into the parks.
Yeah, see? All right, there you go.
There you go,
All right,
shorty.
so Connor gave his earlier this hour. I will now give mine. Hopefully you listened to hear what Connor's order was. You know what? Because it's the morning.
Okay.
Early morning, like not end of the show, which we can consider lunchtime because we get up at 4 o'clock in the morning. You mentioned fruit. I'm a big fan of the apple with peanut butter. Like it comes in the same plastic container.
You and my bride.
Apple
like that.
with peanut butter container to go with Connor's first order, which I cannot tell you what it was. You should have been listening. Don't forget, we're doing this every day this week.
And we're shifting around
for
the
the
times.
holidays.
So if you're hearing it this morning, we might be doing it an hour later tomorrow. You never know.
Yep. All right. So Johnny will give one later on this hour, and
Sure.
toward the end of the hour, we'll have somebody call the contest line to try to win it. All right. So let's dive a little bit deeper into this Embiid thing because we didn't have much time to really talk about. So I asked the question: would you blame him if he decided he woke up this morning and said, I'm being reevaluated in a week for my third facial fracture. I've had a billion injuries. I don't want to do it anymore. Now, you mentioned the contract. Connor, I want you to talk a little bit more because you quickly said you wouldn't blame him for a second. I'm more with you. It would break my heart.
And your franchise.
Yes. And I'm more with Connor. We got a tweet from Chris who said, I wouldn't blame Joel Embiid one bit. He's been through a ton of adversity, and it'll be an amazing story if he rebounds to win a title. But the mental toll all these random injuries takes on him justifies any desire to move on. Connor, what are your thoughts on this discussion? And we love people to chime in on this at 610-632-0975.
This isn't even, to me, a Sixers conversation. This is just about the person Joel Embiid. Like, he is one of the most injured athletes I've seen in this city. And it's not a totally fair comparison because concussions are not what is going on with him. But, like, everybody in the world tells Tua to hang it up every 5 seconds.
Yeah, but that's for life and death.
I understand. I get that. But the point is that when you see these guys break their body down over and over and over again, I can't blame anybody. I love this job here at 97.5. I absolutely love it. It's a dream job for me. I've loved every second. If every 6 months I had a major injury because someone in here was like punching me in the face or breaking my knee or something like that, I wouldn't work here anymore. I'll tell you that right now.
Well, you could make a lot of workers comp that way.
I could. But it's just the physical and mental toll that guy has gone through in his time as a professional athlete. If he says, I'm done, regardless of what it would do to the franchise, regardless of what it does for his career, like if he wants to hang it up, he can hang it up. Like I have no issue.
I cannot I can't fathom it. And honestly, I'm speaking from my own place in life. Adversity that
I know.
The adversity that he has to face. Are you kidding me? A meniscus, a broken. There are people every day who get their backsides out of bed that deal with cancer, that deal with horrible things that are dealt to them.
Now,
physically.
I'm not
no,
trying
I'm saying,
to.
No, but what I'm saying is the adversity he's dealt with. Here's one thing I'm going to tell you both. There has never been a time in his career where I can tell you, including this past summer, where he's done everything in his power to be as healthy and to be his best version of himself.
I don't think that's fair to say.
No, I think it's
this last
extremely
summer
fair
it's
this
fair
past summer.
Okay, but you said there's never been a time in his career that's fair.
No, because it's taken his. There have been the talks of how long it took him to take nutrition seriously, how long it took him to lose weight and be the proper
and then
weight.
He finally did it going into last season. Hold on.
Then once.
And he then still got hurt, which is why I first had this thought. Like, again, in case people weren't tuning in last segment, I asked this question because I had this, and we talked about it on this show when this show first started back in March. I had that thought when he had the last injury when Kuminga fell on his knee because that was a freak. He shouldn't have been playing in that game to begin with, not to go down memory lane.
Nick Nurse blew that one.
Right. And then Jonathan Kuminga, who's a 6'8", 225, 50-pound man, fell on his knee, and that's what led to it furthering the injury to the point where he misses much time. And my first thought was, man, he finally did all the right things. He was playing his best of his career.
So he was 30.
And then it happened again.
So he was 29 or 30 when he finally did all the right things. I'm telling you, he has not done enough to get the grace from me to say, this guy has always given it his complete all.
That's not it.
But the third facial fracture has nothing to do with
because these are not things that
preseason.
These are things you can get better from, and they're things that you can absolutely overcome.
Yes, I'm not saying you can't overcome it, but listen, man.
So why would he give up?
Because maybe he wants to. He's an individual with free will. I understand there's a contract, but at some point when we're talking about major injuries consistently, broken bones, tears, surgery, rehab, at some point, if that guy says, I'm done doing this, I'm going to say as a person, I would be too.
And John, a contract is a commitment. And I would tell you, and I'm not flat out, because and I'm not trying to shame anything or whatever, is that when there are many people. I have a contract here, and it would have been able for me to say, I'm not coming to work, pay me, I'm a cancer patient. Instead, I said, no, I'm coming to work because I made a commitment, and I'm getting paid, and I made a commitment to a job.
Yes.
And I'm not being paid $50 million.
I will say this, and John, everybody's different, right? So
everybody is
you
different.
have no idea how much respect I have for you for everything that you've gone through, right?
Sure.
And the fact that you have fought through it and you've worked through it, when you tell me that you're throwing up, stay home. I don't want you to come into work, and yet you're still trying to find ways to come into work despite you having bowel issues because of your previous health issues. I respect you wholeheartedly for it.
I know you do.
But not everybody has the same mental makeup of you. People don't have the same mental makeup of me. You guys make fun of me all the time. I'm 30 going on 60. Everybody's different,
But
right?
the mental makeup to overcome this?
A third
he'll be better.
facial fracture, 75 knee injuries.
He'll be better in a week. He could potentially be in action in a week.
But if he was already, again, I'm using Andre Drummond's words.
Right.
The Joel Embiid has not opened up about battling depression, but Andre Drummond said that Joel Embiid was depressed from the latest injury, which started at the beginning of the season. Yes, it was his fault.
Yes, it was.
So I'm not saying that this was he's not absolved from this. But he was already using the depressed word, and then he comes back, plays great against the Bulls, is playing great in this game, in this past game, and then his face gets fractured for the third time.
I'm not speaking out of turn here, but I know from working with Shaquille. And the NBA, there are many players in the NBA who take advantage of top-notch mental health care. He said he would tell me before, he goes, you'll be floored how many guys need it. That lifestyle isn't he'll be like, John, it isn't as easy a lifestyle as you think it is.
I give Pau Gasol a lot of credit, or not Pau Gasol. Who was one of the first ones?
I can't remember who it was.
Really open up.
I think about and that
Kevin Love?
Kevin Love,
might have been
thank you.
Kevin Love.
No, it was Kevin Love. Thank you.
And it might have been where that Kevin Love may have been where the conversation started.
Yeah, he was
with
one
us
of the
at
first one. He did, the I Am Athlete. Headstrong was, that show.
And Shaquille was like, look, he goes, John, he goes, big money, big problems, big pressures, whatever. And that the NBA has top-notch care for that, and it's available to you to make sure that is something that you can battle and that you can overcome.
Yeah, but I will say this. What mental health professional can look Joel Embiid in the eyes and say, don't worry, you're not going to get hurt again? Like, at this point in his career, it's one of the biggest talking points of what his life will be.
I got you, and I understand. And one thing I've never done is question his toughness.
Right, because I
watch him get out there, and I know that he's played through some major things where he's tried to play through. And by the way, that's to his detriment, because when he plays through and he doesn't perform well, then he gets ripped.
Right.
So it goes to his detriment. But I don't believe that I've seen enough of him, given it his all, to be the top professional he can be, that I would say, yep. You want to walk away, do it with my with full applause, especially when it would cripple this franchise.
It would. So,
which he made a commitment to this summer.
Answer that question for us at 610-632-0975. Obviously, all our Eagles topics are on the table. We'll reset them as the show goes on. But also this one that we open up. We haven't talked much Sixers recently because the Eagles are on fire and the Sixers are not.
They're on a different kind of fire.
Yeah, exactly.
One dumpster,
would you blame Joel Embiid if he woke up one morning soon and said, I don't want to do this again? Another rehab. Answer that question for us. It's not an easy one. 610-632-0975. We hear from you coming up next. Also hear from Nick Sirianni talking about growing culture because they handled everything perfectly once everything went wrong last week. It is Kincade and Salciunas on this Tuesday morning, 97.5 The Fanatic. 7:47 on Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic. All right, Johnny, you got to give the final order.
Yes.
And then at the end of this segment, I will tell you when to call the contest line. Again, it is Happy Wawa Days with Kincade and Salciunas every day this week. We are giving away a $50 gift card. Gift cards are great for grabbing something while you're on the run at your local Wawa. Limited design cards make a more festive or personal gift, especially for those who may collect different Wawa cards each year. Wawa also has gift cards for some of your favorite brands, including Apple, Xbox, Visa, Amazon, MasterCard, Google, Microsoft, Sony, and Uber. Johnny, give us the third order for the Kincade and Salciunas Wawa run.
Sounds like something like it might be a Netflix night. You're going to watch a movie or something. How about just simply go over and get that orange and black package, the Reese's Peanut Butter Cups.
Oh, dude.
Just grab some Reese's Peanut Butter Cups, take them with you because you'll want them for later.
I've told you about the incredible
You freeze yours?
addition. Yes.
Are you the one you freeze?
I freeze them, but Matt Menark introduced me to the Reese's Peanut Butter Cup, the big boys, but they also have caramel.
By the way,
inside.
I tried one. I meant to tell you. I didn't tell you. I tried one. Absolutely decadent.
It's unbelievable.
And you, with your waistline, could prefer to do that probably often.
Yeah.
I cannot. I tasted it, and it was amazing.
Like the OG peanut butter cup can't go wrong.
Cannot go wrong.
But the thick one with the caramel inside,
no, it's amazing,
dude. Like that's just an addition
amazing.
where I go, my God, man. The Reese's Peanut Butter Cup, there's layers to it.
Here's the one thing I don't like about it. The only thing I don't like about it is the you got to eat it all in one serving. You can't stop. Like I could grab a Reese's Peanut Butter Cup and eat one. And then have one for tomorrow night if I wanted one. Not the big cup. You can't stop.
I'm crushing those bad boys.
It's awesome.
All right, we'll tell you when to call
and
the,
you freeze
the contest line.
Which is interesting.
I do freeze them.
I'm going to try that
It's just a different way to do it, man. Different way to do it. All right, let's go to Joe in West Philly who wants to talk about Embiid and the Sixers. What's up, Joe?
Morning, Joe.
Hey. Good morning, fellas. Just talking about Embiid. I mean, it would be crazy, but I can see it, man. If that could happen, man. To have a black cloud follow you medically like that, it's got to be training mentally, physically. It's like somebody got a voodoo doll at him somewhere. You know what I mean? Let's stick it in the knee. Let's stick it. You know what I mean?
And let me make this clear in case somebody's just tuning in. And the reason why I said let's be like adults about this. When I first put out the tweet the other day, there were people that were like, honestly, maybe this would be best for the Sixers. That way you don't have to deal with this anymore. Like, not that. I'm talking about
this will never be best for the
Sixers.
a
human element.
Right.
Would you blame Joel Embiid if he retired?
No, not from a human element. Your quality, you don't want to put... because a guy that ultra-talented, you can't tell me he doesn't want to play the game. He's ultra-talented.
Joe, here's what I'll just be contrary to you for a second here and respond. Yes, to me, if I saw him do every single thing in his power... He tried every single thing to make sure that he was healthy, every single thing for his career. I would agree with you 100%. I don't believe I've seen that.
But like they say sometimes, can't beat a dead horse. You know, it's just
no. But then I don't want to screw my franchise over because he's deciding, I'm ready to walk away because I don't want to put in because it's about putting in the work. The work that could have been put in this summer,
this most
by the way.
recent one, and thanks for the call, Joe. Again, the most recent one's not putting in work.
I got you. The
unless
thing
we're
is,
talking about drinking glasses of milk.
But the most recent one, he could be back in action. He might be back next
he's
game.
Being reevaluated next week.
He might be back in action very soon. So, it's not. We're not talking about something that is going to debilitate him, or more importantly, any one of these injuries destroying the rest of his life.
Well,
they're not going to.
I don't think we can say, we don't know his quality of life. Do you remember when the Kelsey documentary came out?
About his back?
And Jason Kelsey couldn't walk around his house?
Yeah, I still remember the Kylie Kelsey line of, I want my son to be able to play with his kids. Like,
well,
that
the thing is,
home.
he can't have a back replacement. Jason Kelsey can't have a back replacement. NBA players get knee replacements all the time. And people get knee replacements in all walks of life all the time, and they go on to lead amazing lives.
Yeah, but if he as a person says, I don't want to have to get a knee replacement. Then
I'm just going to say, for God's sakes, people do it in all walks of life every day of their lives.
But again, John,
does he not get the individual choice to live his life how he wants to?
Yeah,
this comes down to a conversation about how he's doing mentally.
It's what commitment have you made? And you know what? If the mental, nothing, I'm not going to sell short the mental.
Right.
If it's a mental thing, the NBA has the best resources at your fingertips to be able to help any player, executive, team employee.
I understand
that has it. So take advantage of it.
This is about rehabbing injuries.
This isn't about, but it's nothing about. There's nothing about him that any doctor saying to him, "Your career's over." And they said that this summer. They looked at his knees before signing the extension and said they evaluated 7 doctors, 7 from reading the story. That's 7 different doctors looked at him and said there's nothing to say that he has an injury that should make him want to hang it up.
But I think it was 2 years ago even where he basically asked the question in a press conference like, I asked myself, why does this keep on happening to me? Right? Like if
some of it's
self-inflicted.
His conditioning, his commitment to being in the best shape that he can be, those type of things are some of the answers.
I'm just saying, if that was already on his mind 2 years ago, and then the injury happened last year where he did do all those things going into the season, and then this year, I mean, at some point, whether you agree with it or not, there is a legitimate chance that
that what he's dealing with right now with this orbital thing. This is like there are probably 40 guys in the NBA who've had an injury that is expected to be that long that have dealt with that already.
And give me all the injuries that they sustained.
Yeah, but the thing is, he did not, because of him is some of that. Like this year, the injury with the knee and all the issues we're doing with the knee is on him. What he chose to do last summer, what he didn't do when he should have been doing the right thing. Bottom line, look, as far as walking away, and that's a good way to put a bow. It's like, right now.
Well, we'd love to hear from you as well on this topic at 610-632-0975. We'll reset our Eagles topics coming up next before we get to today's headlines with Connor Thomas. It is a Tuesday morning on Kincade and Salciunas. And if you call the contest line right now, 215-263-0975, the first caller to get the Kincade and Salciunas Wawa run order right will win the $50 gift card to Wawa for today. Again, 215-263-0975. We will announce the winner coming up on the other side. It is Kincade and Salciunas on a Tuesday morning right here, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Fanatic Sports Update.
A 3-way tie at the top. I'm Connor Thomas, and this update is brought to you by Philly Sports Trips. Join Andrew Salciunas in Clearwater Beach next March for the spring training trip of a lifetime. Go to phillysportstrips.com and place a small deposit to reserve your spot. That's phillysportstrips.com. It's a 3-way tie at the top of the NFC following the Vikings win last night over the Chicago Bears. They are tied with, obviously, your Philadelphia Eagles and those Detroit Lions. So the playoff picture in the NFC getting very interesting as we head into the final 3 weeks of the season. Another update in that top tie. The Detroit Lions, another injury for them. David Montgomery's season is over due to knee surgery. So that's another big loss for one of the top contenders in the conference. The Eagles, well, they're rolling right along. They've won 10 straight games, and this past week's win over the Pittsburgh Steelers showed off Jalen Hurts' ability to pass the football. His head coach, Nick Sirianni, talked to media yesterday and was clearly very pleased with the play of his quarterback.
Jalen's extremely tough, physically, mentally, and again, I thought he played a fantastic game in many ways, was able to run for yards, threw the ball really well against a really good defense. Another week of good football from Jalen Hurts.
Seems like the Eagles are checking off every box they need to. The Sixers bounced back from a tough weekend with a win over the Charlotte Hornets last night, 121-108. Tyrese Maxey, 40 points in the win. Paul George, 33 of his own. It's an off night in Philly sports tonight. We'll talk to Jeff McClain of the Inquirer coming up next. I'm Connor Thomas for the home of the 76ers and Flyers, 97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
8:01 on Kincade Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic. We have today's headlines with Connor Thomas coming up at 8:05. By the way, here are our Eagles topics today, because we did start talking a little bit more about Joel Embiid and our question of whether or not you would blame him for if he just woke up this morning and said, you know what, I don't want to do this anymore. I don't want to rehab anymore. I don't want to deal with another injury on a basketball court or maybe sustain another injury, because odds are he probably would. Would you blame him for saying, I'm done? So that was our latest topic that we opened up. But our Eagles discussion today, are the Eagles now the best team in the NFL? You look at them, forget the record for a second. The way you've watched this team over the last couple of weeks winning games, do you say this is the best team in the NFL? And if not, I am curious to see who people have ahead of the Eagles.
And is it their best regular season ever?
That was another Eagles discussion, yeah.
And I had it fourth, which I got a few people going, they disagreed immediately, and then when they started to look at it, they're like, okay, they can understand where that comes from.
I agree with you.
Fourth? Because I think it is. I really did. I was wondering if I was being a harsh critic, but I put if you're just looking at the regular season, 04, 17, and 22, I felt the team was, as Damian Woody called them, a wagon.
Right.
I think that I felt more that those teams were than I've ever felt about this year's team being that.
And not that we should always make the biggest deal about point differential.
Sure.
Because we've seen the Lions run it up against a couple of teams this year. But the Eagles in 2004, which again, that's my childhood great team, right?
Right.
They were just beating teams up left and right.
Whooping them.
Destroying them.
They had the whoopings.
And two of their losses came the last 2 weeks when they stopped playing.
Yeah, 22. Two of their losses came with Jalen Hurts out. Right. And I believe Jalen Hurts would have won them both of those games, the Saints game and the Cowboys game on Christmas Eve.
Yeah, absolutely.
They almost won.
So is this team, if you took a step back, right, focus on, is this team the best team in the NFL right now? But if we go bigger picture, could this team go down as the greatest team in Eagles franchise history?
And I got a smile on my face today. I said I'm holding a check in my hand.
I love that.
I told you we're both wearing our Temple gear today. Dropping off the check at the bursar's office after the show today. Last check that I'll ever give to Temple for anything.
That's big.
That's good, because Liv will be off the payroll. Last semester's coming.
Yeah, now you're on the payroll.
Yeah, now.
Professor Kincade.
Yes, there we go.
Over here. So,
year three coming up.
You're making it all back in one semester, right?
Year 3 coming up, yes.
One semester, you're getting paid all that money back?
No. But thankfully, she's a smart kid. I don't have to pay that much, but that's
true.
Still, it's great.
Yeah.
It's awesome.
Yeah, I'm still paying those bad boys
we'll get
off.
there. See, there it is.
All right, let's go to, we have our winner of our Wawa run. Jerry's in Costa Rica.
Hi, Jerry.
What's up, Jerry?
Hey, guys. No, I'm in Northern Virginia.
Oh, okay.
I just wanted to tell you, I was Jerry from Costa Rica.
I remember. What's up, Jerry? How have you been?
Jerry.
I'm doing good. Hey, that Wawa order sounds good. I'm ready to go get something to eat.
By the way, you'll be able to get it, too.
Order? Can you let the people know what that order was?
Sure. Connor got the chicken salad on flatbread sandwich. Andrew got the apple and peanut butter. And John got the best item, Reese's Cups.
That's beautiful. Good job, Jerry.
Jerry, that's awesome, man. Have a great holiday.
And enjoy the $50 Wawa gift card. Wawa, of course, in Virginia as well.
Yes.
Did we over peanut butter our order? We got double peanut butter order.
I don't believe so. If anybody's in love. First of all, I don't get the peanut butter apple for me. First of all, I've never done the peanut butter in the apple. And also, to me, I've never done peanut butter and apple. My wife does it.
You never tried it?
Never.
I feel like that's like a normal thing.
Oh, it
try.
Is. It is, but as you know, there's a lot of abnormal things with me, so just deal with it.
And you're like 16 years old, and that's why you haven't tried it yet?
Yes,
you still have plenty of time to try things.
That's why I say you're my age, I'm your age. I guess it's weird, but
dude, I literally,
I will only eat Jif peanut butter.
I had an apple with peanut butter yesterday after the show.
My wife does it all the time. I am a only Jif peanut butter guy, and we did it the one time, the blind taste test.
Yeah,
where we had all I had to do was smell peanut butter, and I was able to pick out Jif from a mile away.
You're insane.
It's a talent. That's a talent.
No,
yes.
that is
absolutely.
All right, it's time now. It's 8:05 for today's headlines with Connor Thomas.
Today's headlines with Connor Thomas.
What's up, CT18?
Hi, Connor.
Hello, everybody.
Is that your Twitter handle, CT18?
No, it's not. You can follow me.
Was that your MySpace?
No, I didn't have a MySpace.
Was that your AIM? AIM?
No, it was not. We're going to keep that off the air.
I was Cowboys hater 81.
Oh, love that. But you're a Giants is the biggest rivalry guy. Interesting. Anyway,
interesting.
We'll save that
because
for
the Giants had not
we'll
won
save
yet
that
when
for
I
later.
made that AIM.
We got stuff to get to. We got postal workers to talk about. They deliver your mail. Holiday season, it's a big time for them. But sometimes they have to take a break from their important duties of dropping off packages because you might be walking through a front yard and notice the house you're delivering to has a Steelers flag out front. And the Eagles were playing the Steelers this past weekend.
That is true.
So this is what one of the great postal workers in this area had. The video got posted from a Ring doorbell of what his response to nobody, just talking to the Ring doorbell about the Steelers flag.
Y'all today. Go Birds. I'm about to spank y'all today, too. Enjoy y'all package, though. Take this down. Y'all about to lose. 5-5.
I love this
that
person.
man.
Whoever that man is, I love you. I just want you to know from the bottom of my heart, I love you.
And he's loyal.
Go Birds.
He's loyal. I like that. Go Birds.
That is great. And as Connor mentioned, postal workers, UPS, FedEx, United States Postal Service, Amazon, you name it, DHL. Give them all the love right now because they are constantly working around the clock with the deliveries.
My dad, a mailman in Drexel Hill, Pennsylvania. My uncle Bernie, Drexel Hill. So I can't. And my dad was a mailman in the era of putting a bag on your back and not driving.
Oh, he was also in the era of people used to shop in store.
Yes.
Imagine nowadays.
Yeah, oh my gosh. The delivery guys, it's unbelievable.
I give them a lot of credit.
And I know that we've got a few in our neighborhood that love to play the Fanatic. And when they play the other station, I talk to them about it.
Yeah, shout out the mail.
I was a UPS employee for like 6 seconds.
What do you mean 6 seconds?
So when I was a freshman in college, there was a gig where during the holidays, UPS needs extra helpers. Like a lot of the guys drive the trucks, but they'll hire the young guys that can just run up and down to the houses to try to get the orders out quick. My first day on the job, my dad had Sixers-Knicks tickets.
Are you kidding me?
I went to the Sixers-Knicks game. That was it.
That's incredible.
You're a model employee. Okay, well, let's talk about someone potentially getting a job, not losing one. So Sacramento State is in discussions to hire Mike Vick as new head coach. So this came out from a report from Adam Schefter yesterday. So there's layers to this. Not only do we have what would you think of Mike Vick as a coach in college football, but then we got a response from Doug Gottlieb questioning how much NIL money would actually be available for Sacramento State. And Adam Schefter with a great response on Twitter bringing up Doug Gottlieb, who coaches basketball in the Horizon League now.
Green Bay.
7-game losing streak he's on. And Adam said, get back in the gym. Don't worry about my tweets, basically.
That's a great response by Schefter.
It was.
Like an all-time response.
It was. Well, our boss, Scott Masteller, put me together with Doug Gottlieb on the weekends. We used to do the ESPN game night.
Gottlieb and Kincade.
A 6-hour radio show.
Oh, my God.
Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Doug and I are both Capricorns.
Okay.
Both stubborn, very rigid, It was interesting. He's a good dude, though, but he was really calling out Adam's integrity, and Adam absolutely bench pressed him.
Yeah, he really did. Because he straight up said,
Worry about yourself, dude.
Well, like the tweet from Gottlieb was, hey, can you at least edit what the agent sent you?
And he was wrong. By the way, the bad thing is that if Doug had taken 10 seconds to look at Google, he was wrong. They've already guaranteed the $50 million is there. I can't believe it. Like, I'm shocked.
Yeah.
But Doug's a little impulsive at times.
It seems like it.
Especially for...
Seems like it.
Now, real quick, Mike Vick, yes or no college coach?
I'd be curious to see how it works out. Look, I understand the story and something I'm not really forgiving when it comes to all that kind of stuff. But I've talked to Mike about football a lot. The guy knows the sport. And, his adult years, you could talk to this even more.
I covered his career from the time he was... his first sports radio interview as a pro was with me. And
wow,
my
that's actually amazing. But now, as more of an adult, like just the way
I have tons. I'm going to tell you this. I have tons of respect for the way that Michael has changed his life and turned his life around.
Yeah,
and I think he's somebody that absolutely learned from his experience, and he's also somebody that was less than 1% of people would ever have gone to prison for what he did. Less than 1% of people go. They made an example of Michael Vick. I know Michael to be a young man of a man, not a young man anymore.
Yeah, not a young
man
man.
of character.
Right.
Now, he's changed his life around.
I think he'd be good, especially with young kids at a school like that.
He was terrible about detailing and studying a game plan that somebody else worked up.
Yeah, but you know what?
I worry about it.
You know
I worry
what
about that
is?
part of
You know what that is? Don't do what I did. Let me try to help you. Again, it's not like he's going to Alabama.
Yeah,
it's also NIL. You can steal players, and we have Michael Vick. Do you want to learn how to be Michael Vick? I think that's something that we're going to see more of as this progresses.
Yeah, I still hesitate. The NIL money's the biggest one.
Yes.
Because I remember when Aaron McKee was hired as head coach at Temple, the big recruiting thing was AI.
Right.
And that didn't really do it.
No,
they had AI back then?
Come on, man.
All right, we'll round out with this.
Are the Eagles the best team in the NFL?
That's a simple question. The answer is yes. Nobody on the text line has said otherwise. I don't know how you can make the argument otherwise. Like, I haven't heard any good argument for any other team. There are other teams in the conversation, but the lead dog is the Philadelphia Eagles.
Is it because of balance, Connor?
Absolutely. There's no team more complete right now. There's no team more complete and healthier right now.
Well, that's the health. Like, if the Lions were healthy, it would probably still be the Lions because they are complete on offense. We talked about the passing game and how the Lions are top 5 in both passing and rushing. But the Lions also have basically a starting 11 on the injured list. They lose Dorsey. They lose McNeil. They've been without Hutchinson. They've been without Anzalone, who I think will be back for the playoffs for them. But still, that's a guy that's going to be coming back from an injury. Hasn't been playing football for a while. I mean, they have guys that are done for the season. Key members of that team.
They have 2017 Eagles looks to them, though, but they haven't lost their starting quarterback.
Right.
So they're still alive. They got a pulse. But, man, the Eagles are the best team. They're the best. I've felt it for a little while. After the Ravens game, I said.
What are the people saying on the text line about that topic today? Again, you could call in. You could text it at 610-632-0975. Are the Eagles the best team in the NFL right now? We played the clip from Damian Woody. We were saying it before Damian Woody said it, but when he says it, it gives us the chance to further the conversation. If you go a step back and you look at the Eagles as a team in terms of franchise history, could they go down as the best team in Eagles franchise history? And we had that seeding discussion as well, whether or not the 1 or 2 seed really matters in your opinion, or you're thinking, hey, wherever the Eagles play, whoever they play, they can handle their business. What do we have on the text line, Connor?
We got texts on everything. So Mo checks in and says, I think the Eagles are the best team in the league by at least a touchdown. This may be the best Eagles team constructed. Elite defense, elite O-line, elite running back, elite receivers, dynamic QB. The seed and playoff location shouldn't make a difference.
Okay, they've won a lot of games this year, not by a touchdown, though, right?
Yeah, that was my kind of first thought when
But recently he's speaking for today, that listener.
And we saw what they just did against the Steelers where they added the passing game. Like if they can if AJ Brown and Devontae Smith, let's take 20 yards off of both of them, but we add 20 yards to Saquon Barkley. And AJ's averaging 90 yards per game, Devontae's averaging 90 yards per game, 80 yards per game, and Saquon's averaging 85 to 90 yards per game from here on out. Who's stopping this offense?
No, nobody. Nobody is.
Let me bring this up, all right?
Okay.
So you have the top scoring defense in the NFL. They're averaging, what, like 16 points given up?
I think it's, is it 17? I think it's maybe 17.
Let's call it
17-6 or something.
It's
amazing.
So there's a chance in a playoff game, because they've done this against playoff opponents. You could hold a team to 17 points.
You're not losing.
You could have 2 100-yard receivers. Yeah. You could have a 100-yard rushing running back. And none of them might have to score touchdowns because you're automatic from the goal line with the tush push. How do you stop this team? How? Somebody tell me, because I can't find a way.
No, nobody tell them, because I don't want anyone to hear it.
Yeah, exactly.
Connor, we got to remember, sometimes there's smarter people than us that actually listen to the show.
That's
we
true.
don't want them to give away anything if any of the other teams are monitoring.
Call Neil deGrasse Tyson right now. He can't figure out how to stop this football team.
I'm wondering if I were to answer that question, right? Because it's so hard. I mean, this was going into the season why we were saying that this could be the greatest Eagles offense in the history of the franchise, let alone the whole team now. But if you try to take away Saquon, then that obviously opens up things for A.J. Brown, Devontae Smith. You try to take away one of the 2 wide receivers, it opens things up for Saquon and the other wide receiver. Does it get to a point where defenses go, all all right, the guy that handles the ball, that's the only guy that we need to try to take care of. And they just blitz.
They're going to get killed then.
I know.
Because Saquon will run right. They'll run right at people.
Right.
They'll start running right towards you. And Saquon will be running right past you. And by the way, too, huge kudos, too, to Kenny Gainwell. Seeing a game from the press box and then seeing that 15-minute game, Kenny Gainwell has some moves.
That spin move
was unbelievable. And that's all. That's going to get him paid next year. That move is going to get Kenny paid. No, it's going to get – somebody's going to say, let's give a shot with him. Let's give him a shot.
He's not going to get starter money.
No. He's not going to go out and get the kind of money that, that'll blow people away.
Yeah, dude, I wouldn't be surprised if he's still here. I know they drafted dude, you know what, Connor, go into the Sounds for Updates folder. I know it's in there. I didn't plan to play it today. But we've been talking about for years how much Nick Sirianni and this Eagles organization loves Kenny Gainwell. I know he talked about it yesterday. You got it? Here's Nick Sirianni talking about Kenny G. And, this has never changed, right?
No.
Remember last year, he opened week 1 as the lead back over DeAndre Swift.
Swift didn't get a carry.
Which I still can't believe that happened. You're right. I think he got 1 catch in the game against the Patriots. But here's Nick Sirianni yesterday talking about Kenneth Gainwell.
I think the guys make fun of him sometimes because they know he's one of my favorites. I say, don't say that to anybody, but I think it's just that they perceive that because I'm always talking to Kenny to reinforce what you want your culture to look like. Hey, guys, it takes everybody. Watch this. And the 2 opportunities that Kenny got, watch what he does with it. Now he's contributing on special teams. And I don't just mean just returning. He's making tackles on special teams. Every opportunity that he has, he takes advantage of.
He loves Kenneth Gainwell, man.
Well, you know what, though, is that when you talk about Kenny Gainwell, you're talking about that's a selfless teammate.
Yeah.
Because he's been featured more in his career. He's had better opportunities to contribute, and he's doing everything it does to help this team win. Now, he can't pass block.
Yeah, he's not that great at that.
But the thing is, he's done so many other things well.
And that's what makes Saquon a wizard, because he can pass block and then do everything that he does.
Go and watch if you have NFL Plus, go and watch how many times. I took a count yesterday. I talk about Dork Boy. Hold on a second here. I put a little X down every time I saw Saquon put out a block, or I saw Devontae Smith or A.J. Brown lay out a block. I had 2 different blocks from A.J. Brown that sprung people.
Yeah.
I had 4 for Devontae Smith, and I had 5 for Saquon Barkley.
That's amazing.
Those are all stars.
Yeah. Doing everything that it takes to win.
Correct. Every single thing that it takes for someone else to get the glory.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, absolutely. Other topic that we have going on today, Joel Embiid. Would you blame him if he woke up this morning and said, I'm done? Let's go to Phil in the Northeast. He wants to talk about it. What's up, Phil?
Hey, guys.
Good morning, Phil.
Hey,
How
Phil.
are you, buddy?
Pretty good. One thing, and then I want to kind of give a different perspective to John as he comes around on something. But
sure.
I know you guys mentioned earlier that Embiid was like, why does this keep happening to me? We have to realize that, his injuries are so freakish that the training staff actually tells him to fall on purpose so that he doesn't hyperextend.
They've corrected that, by the way. Supposedly, they've corrected that and said
But it
don't.
was-
and said don't.
but it was
that one time he
something,
was
yeah.
told that. Yes.
Yeah. So to answer the question, I wouldn't blame him, or if he woke up today and retired. And John, we have a lot of admiration for what you've overcome, right? And I'm pretty sure when you went through your treatment, you saw the guys there at the treatment center that were also overcoming the same thing.
I saw people that were far worse than me, Phil.
Right.
And it breaks your heart.
So would your admiration for them change if you found out that they were smokers and then went through this and battled through and went through treatment? Because I think you're dismissing the fact that him battling and going through rehab is still commitment.
Yeah,
to
the
get
thing
back
is,
from
though,
the
if they did, no, because if they did every single thing in their power, I understand the smokers thing. Honestly, I didn't didn't see a lot of that, but still, it's a good analogy. And it's very thought-provoking as to what you say. But when you have a chance, there's 7 doctors, and I go back and I had to read a second story.
And thanks for the call, Phil.
Evaluated Joel this summer before the Sixers signed the deal. And they all said there's nothing that would have said to the Sixers, he has something that is so bad that would say, don't sign this extension with him. So to me, everything he has has the ability to be overcome. So to me, no.
But how
I
many
would be,
times do you want to try to overcome
I don't.
it? I mean,
You know
that's
what?
the
How
question.
about another? Thank you, sir, for $50 million a year. Another. Give me another. Try it again.
You might have a different mental makeup than Embiid or than anybody on this
Or
on this
bank
planet.
account. Yeah.
It's real. All right, so coming up next, our second opinion segment. You know, we just talked a little bit about Kenneth Gainwell. We'll get into our second opinion segment, which is what we do the 2 days after an Eagles game, because usually we talk about the big storylines. The big storyline was the passing offense yesterday for the Eagles win over the Steelers. What's our second opinion about some of the other things that happened in the Steelers game on Sunday? We do that next. It's Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Fanatic Sports Update.
Hurts getting props from his coach. I'm Connor Thomas, and this update is brought to you by WorldwideStereo.com. Give them goosebumps this holiday with a home theater system or a turntable and vinyl collection. The best gift ideas are at Worldwide Stereo. Visit Worldwide Stereo in Montgomeryville or online at WorldwideStereo.com. Jalen Hurts had a strong game against the Pittsburgh Steelers on Sunday as the Eagles improved to 12-2, their 10th straight victory, tying them for the top record in the NFC. And Nick Sirianni was very pleased with the play of his quarterback, gave him props yesterday in his media availability.
Jalen's extremely tough physically, mentally, and again, I thought he played a fantastic game in many ways, was able to run for yards, threw the ball really well against a really good defense. Another week of good football from Jalen Hurts.
Now, Nick Sirianni says another there, but a lot in the fan base were looking for more from Jalen Hurts, and man, we got it on Sunday. The Eagles checking off a lot of boxes as the playoff picture heats up in the NFC. The Vikings took down the Bears last night to join the Eagles and Lions at 12-2. Speaking of Detroit, another big loss for them. Running back David Montgomery's season is over. He has a knee injury. 3 weeks left in the regular season, a lot still to figure out with the seeding. The Sixers bounced back from a tough weekend. They had a win over the Hornets last night, 121-108. The final with Tyrese Maxey dropping 40. Paul George, 33. It was his best game so far in a short Sixers tenure. It's an off night in Philly sports tonight, so maybe just sit around and look at the NFL standings and see how good those Eagles are. I'm Connor Thomas for the home of the 76ers and Flyers, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Can you feel it?
The Eagles are back to being Super Bowl contenders. Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5, The Fanatic. Now, if you're wondering why Jeff McClain was not on, he took the term, I'd rather speak to Kincade and Salciunas, or I'd rather get root canal than speak to Kincade and Salciunas.
Now, he says that every week.
A little too literally. There's a reason.
Root canal for him?
Yeah. He's out.
Man.
Out due to root canal. You know,
gosh.
So he took that saying a little too literally.
Now, it's tough. The day you have it, it's tough. But then you can get over that.
I can only imagine.
Did you have your wisdom teeth taken out?
Yes.
What age?
I think senior. No, I was dating Christy, so early in college.
Early in college.
I was about the same, yeah.
44 years old.
Wow.
Bro, at that point, leave them in.
It hurts.
And it started to hurt.
Right.
Whoa. I didn't realize they had never broken through, and I was starting to have jaw pain because of the cancer history. I was freaked out, and he's like, "Oh my gosh, your wisdom teeth are like sideways," but they had never broken through the surface.
You have a contract with your teeth. You got to play through that.
4 year, all of them in one day, and on the day that I had it done, we had a snowstorm in Atlanta, and I couldn't wake up from the anesthesia.
Oh, really?
They couldn't wake me up. They knew my vitals were fine, but I wouldn't wake up. My wife had to come in, and the doctor smacked my face. He knew me.
To wake you up?
I didn't wake up.
I was exiting the office. You know, you're still a little loopy.
Yeah,
when you're exiting
you're
the
loopy
office.
to begin with.
I actually talked so much they had to re-stitch me. Like, I opened my stitching.
Yeah, that tracks.
Yeah, I know. And as I was walking out, there was a kid who looked terrified. Like, he was younger than me that was getting something done. And I have witnesses of my mom and Christy were both there, of me saying to the kid, "Don't worry about it, man. Just trust the process."
No, you didn't.
You're an idiot.
Oh, I'm banged up. What are you like? I'm high as a kite at that point.
Dude, they caught a nerve when they did mine, and the whole bottom part of my lip was just, I couldn't feel it for 6 months until it came back.
Oh, 6 months?
Yes.
That's terrible.
6 months. The whole bottom side of my mouth was just like I couldn't move it.
Does that impact kissing?
I wouldn't know, dude. Never kissed a girl.
You want to go to prom?
I hope to one day.
Would you like to go to prom?
It is time now for our second opinion segment.
You might not always agree with what you hear. Sometimes you need a second opinion. Brought to you by the consultants in medical oncology and hematology.
All right, Sports Talk Radio, so we obviously talk about the biggest buzz every single day, and a day after a game, we talk about the biggest buzz, but there's sometimes things that we may have forgotten to mention or we didn't get to. And, of course, it's brought to us by our friends at CMOH, the consultants in medical oncology and hematology. Can you tell us a little bit about them, Johnny?
Yeah, they're the best. I'm here today because of them. I would have missed today's show if they hadn't done such amazing work.
You would have missed a lot of shows.
It would have been. It'd have a different title, different name. I can tell you that they're the best in the business, and I love those folks.
Yeah. All right. Johnny, would you like to go first?
Yes. I gave my number one, which was where I was talking about 3 stars on this team, the way that they laid out blocks the other day to spring other teammates, which I think was amazing. What was incredible to me is I literally had to get the stopwatch app on the phone, and I was trying to watch the 15-minute game and seeing how quickly Jalen Hurts got rid of the ball in the first quarter, got rid of the ball in the third quarter, got rid of the ball in the fourth quarter. In the second quarter, he regressed. It was weird. He went back in the second quarter to being the hold the ball too long guy, being afraid to let it fly.
Interesting.
He came out flying. The ball was leaving his hands immediately. It was just like quick, one read, boom, hit the hot read. He did it again. Coming out of halftime, fourth quarter, he had it under control. It shows me that it's a work in progress, but Jalen deserves a lot of praise because it was amazing.
Love that. I will go on the other side of the ball here, and I will give a little love to a guy that I'm not the biggest fan of. I think he's overrated sometimes by Eagles fans because he's an Eagles player. And I get it. That happens, right? But Josh Sweat had another sack in this past game against the Pittsburgh Steelers, and he's now got 8 sacks on the season, which is his second most in his career. The most was the 2022 season when he had 11. And I believe part of the reason why he had 11 sacks that year was because who wasn't getting a sack on that team? They had 70. And it was nice where maybe he was a guy that was always going one-on-one because all the other guys were getting double-teamed, chipped, you name it. And I think Josh Sweat benefited from that. This year, he's by himself. Like, there's no... Now with Brandon Graham hurt, like, he is the guy that they have to pay attention to off the edge. Obviously, Jalen Carter gets a lot of attention. Jordan Davis gets a lot of attention. Milton Williams is starting to garner a lot of attention. But Josh Sweat is the best on-paper edge rusher on this football team.
He is.
He's still being productive. And one of the biggest problems with Josh Sweat in his career, not last year, his career was the 6 or 7 weeks where he was non-existent.
He had streaks in 3 different seasons where he would have 8-game stretches with no sacks.
He has not had that issue this year. 0 sacks through the first 3 games, but then 1 against the Bucks, Browns, Giants. So that's 3 straight games with a sack. He had 2 against the Jags, none against the Cowboys, 1 against the Commanders, Rams, none against the Ravens, Panthers, but then 1 last week. So that non-existent stretch has not occurred for Josh Sweat this year, and he is the lead dog in terms of being an edge rusher on this team. So I'll give them a lot of credit for doing that.
The most impressive thing the Philadelphia Eagles defense did on Sunday was giving up points. They had to overcome 2 fumbles in like a minute by the offense and the special teams. You had the fumble by Hurts on the punch out by TJ Watt, and then immediately the defense says, yeah, we're just going to stop you and make you go 3 and out. And then on the subsequent, that's the word I'm looking for, punt, Cooper DeJean fumbles, and they get the ball back deep in territory. And the Eagles defense holds them to a field goal. It's unbelievable. And guess what? You don't give up those fumbles, you probably hold them to 10 points. And then it's a, 27-10, 17-point victory over that Pittsburgh Steelers team?
Well, if you don't fumble the ball, you also have offensive possessions.
So maybe
you may
even
be scoring
more.
in the 30s for all we know.
Absolutely.
They are unbelievable, and they should have beat the Steelers by more, and they should have beat the Ravens by more if it wasn't for garbage time. This team is even more impressive than the scores would give them credit for, and the scores are pretty darn impressive.
I love that.
CMOH, I promise you, the consultants in medical oncology and hematology, if you get a cancer diagnosis in your family, they will be they should be your first choice, in my opinion, but at least make them your second. They're great folks, and they'll take great care of you.
Beautifully said, beautifully done.
And
all
big
right.
Birds fans, by the way.
And I love that.
The Sprandios especially, there's 3 of them there.
You can trust them a little bit more because
3
of that.
doctors in one family. Like, we just got, my cousin HJ became a lawyer this past weekend.
Yeah.
So he's now going to be an attorney. We finally got an attorney. Like, we don't have 3 doctors.
Don't worry, my sister's got the brains. She's got the doctorate. I got the sports talk radio it.
Yeah, I'm talking about these guys are. I shouldn't say it. Shouldn't say it.
Yeah, she's got the doctor. You got to talk to her.
Talk to her.
Yeah, I got to talk to her.
Yes.
Sometimes not great at that either.
Well, we both stumble. You know what we're lucky is if we had studied harder, we may have been doctors or lawyers.
No.
How much
So
would
think
that
of it
suck?
that way.
Isn't this
That would-
fun?
No, I
seriously.
would not be one of those. By the way, check
What
out
would
the
Andrew
deal of the
have been?
week.
Yes.
I'm afraid to see some
Send
of
us
those
a text.
answers.
What would Andrew have been if he wasn't?
Trust me, knowing this radio business, I have crises every once in a while of what would I do if the time came. The deal of the week right now, another great one with this holiday season right here. Get an 8-hour flex adult lift ticket to Montage Mountain for just $40. It's located in Scranton. Montage Mountain offers unforgettable skiing and snowboarding thrills with 26 trails for all skill levels. Get this exclusive offer while supplies last at 975thefanatic.com/deals. Another great way to save some money right before the holidays.
Absolutely.
Beautiful. I was hanging out with my buddy yesterday. I won't say who in case his parents were listening. He was at the mall. Saw a little buy one, get one, like 50% off. Golf stuff for people.
Oh, golf stuff's great.
You know, that's big. You're spending so much money during the holiday season. It's nice to find a deal every once in a
Kind of 2025. I'm golfing. I'm going to golf till my arm falls.
2025, I might buy presents. Haven't even bought one yet.
Yeah, you got to hurry up.
Dude,
it always gets done.
You got to hurry up.
Yeah,
All
I
right.
got time.
Coming up next, we talked about this. Speaking of the second opinion segment, we did talk about this yesterday, so this wasn't lost. The incredible 10.5-minute long drive to close out the win over the Steelers on Sunday. Just how impressive was it? We always know the man to turn to when it comes to crazy and wild stats. Reuben Frank put together an article on NBC Sports Philadelphia. I'll go through that with you guys coming up next. That just shows even more how impressive that final drive was for the Eagles that ate up all that clock that didn't even amount in a point. It just amounted in the Eagles closing out the victory against the Pittsburgh Steelers. It is Kincade and Salciunas on this Tuesday morning, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Now, a bird.
Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic on this Tuesday morning. I hope your drive into work is peaceful, as it is not the most beautiful of days outside.
Peaceful.
Well, listen.
You're a piece of work today.
What did I do?
You just come up with something like you're using weird words today. What's
weird about saying peaceful?
I just there's something about it today. It just seems
Connor,
like
is peaceful weird?
Yeah, a little bit.
a peaceful
Really?
ride to
Why
work.
Why is it a peaceful?
A peaceful ride to work is just a weird choice
Yeah,
of
but you know what?
words.
I get to have a peaceful ride to work every day because there's nobody on the roads. It's nice. It's peaceful. I would say
We always have a peace for the most part.
4:30 to 4:55. That's probably the 25 minutes of most peace in my day.
Till I get in,
My
till I
day.
turn onto the Schuylkill, the stretch of road of the Schuylkill. Till I get on there, it's a peaceful ride. When I'm on 202, it's like Dukes of Hazzard. Like I have to watch what my speed is because there's nobody on the road.
See?
I maybe see one or two car lights. Once I turn on the Schuylkill,
Peaceful, man.
No, ain't nothing peaceful about that.
Mine's peaceful.
Crazy trucks.
Filled with peace.
People driving like 90.
All right, so the Eagles' long drive to end the game the other day, which was 10 minutes and 29 seconds, and it was just unbelievable. Like, I still can't believe we witnessed that.
No, that was my favorite.
10 and a half minutes.
And I texted you leaving the building. That was my favorite part of the entire day.
Right. So Reuben Frank, who does a great job with all his analysis and his storytelling,
Someday
but also
he may like me.
Someday, you know,
may.
I wouldn't hold your breath. Though.
I'm not going to hold my breath either.
But he always does a great job with stats.
Amazing work.
So, by the way, that final drive took up 18% of the entire game.
That's incredible.
10 minutes and 29 seconds. Now, he has some great numbers in here. The NFL has only been tracking drive information since 2001. Okay, so we're not going back in the 80s for this. During that 24-year period, the longest previous non-scoring game-ending drive was 17 plays, which the Patriots did against the Lions in 2002. The Bengals actually did it as well in 2022 against the Falcons. Officially, it was an 88-yard drive because it technically started at the 3 and ended at the Steelers' 9 because Hurts took 3 kneel downs. That makes it the 5th longest non-scoring drive by any NFL team since 2001 in terms of yards.
It's absolutely
5th longest NFL history since 2001. The Eagles netted 99 yards of offense on the drive, their most on any drive since they somehow gained 120 yards on a touchdown drive in Atlanta in the 2015 season opener. Obviously, you have penalties that keep on knocking you back, but they had 120 net yards on that drive. Their longest previous non-scoring end-of-game drive on record was a 75-yard drive in Green Bay in 2013 when they won 27-13. So they also were just burning clock at the time. The 21 plays was the most plays the Eagles have had on any drive since at least 2001. The only drive with any more plays by any NFL team since 2001 was the Saints, who had a 24-yard drive against the Panthers.
A 24-play drive.
I would imagine so because
Right?
it says yard in the
okay.
article, but I would imagine it's play. 24-play drive against the Panthers in 2007 that ended with a Julius Pepper blocked kick. Imagine going 24 plays downfield for your field goal to get blocked. That would suck. At least the
unbelievable.
Eagles' case, they were just burning out clock to win it.
Okay,
Imagine
this is
going 24 plays and your field goal was blocked.
This is unreal.
Yeah. So historic what the Eagles did at the end of the game. And again, Reuben Frank of NBC Sports Philadelphia is always incredible with this information.
That's great work.
Yeah, well, the only thing is it was kind of easy because the Steelers don't have that great of a defense.
Apparently.
Yeah, exactly. Wait
no.
a minute.
Apparently,
check that.
This team's so good, guys.
They
They're
are
really good. That's why they're the best team in football. And could they be the best team in Eagles franchise history? A couple of topics that were thrown by you today at 610-632-0975. Let's go to Steve and Delco, who has a similar fear of John Kincaid's. What's up, Steve?
Hey, guys. First time, long time. I'm with you. I think they're, the best team. What worries me, though, is Tampa. I think Tampa is going to be in the playoffs, and I don't think Hurts has ever beat them.
No, he's 0 for 4.
And they beat Detroit this year as well, which they're also up and down. They lost to Atlanta and everything, but I don't know. I'm afraid of a scenario where they face them in the playoffs.
I don't want the Bucs either. I'm not afraid to say it. And I think if anybody is saying, yeah, just bring on the Bucs, they'll take care of them. Connor. I would tell you that that is false bravado because there's nothing that tells you that Jalen Hurts has even had a clue of how to deal with the Todd Bowles defense.
Exactly, yep.
Thanks for the call, Steve.
Todd Bowles makes Jalen Hurts look lost.
That's
absolutely
not totally true.
Why is that?
Remember, regular season last year, they went down to Tampa and they won that game, and it was there were some really good throws from Hurts in that
had
game.
his first good throw of the year. I was at that game to Lamine Zaccheaus.
Right?
It was a great play. He still had an interception in that game, and they still relied on the run. I think Swift ran for over 100 yards that day. But yeah, you're right, Connor. But it wasn't like
it wasn't
great.
up that day.
Let's just say it wasn't great, and the Bucs still lost by only a touchdown in that game.
And
that was in the rain and blah blah blah.
He makes him look. Todd Bowles makes him look extremely confused. Worst coach he's gone up against in his pro career, Jalen Hurts. Worst numbers of any coach he's gone up against in his pro career with multiple starts.
Yeah.
This is 4.
That's not saying you can't do it,
4.
but it is saying that I would prefer not.
Yeah, I'd prefer not to.
We can all have
Don't need
preferences.
it. Not to mention the fact that Baker Mayfield does very, very well against the Eagles, too.
Let's see if he does that again this time. Post-bye.
I don't want to see it again, Connor.
I
don't want to see it again.
Come on, Tampa. Come up here.
No, thank you.
Come catch these hands.
Hey, guess what?
The Mets all over again.
No, it's 2002. Yeah, Tampa, come on up here. It's going to be freezing.
That team was better than this team, Tampa Bay-wise.
Guess what? The Eagles should have won that game. That should have been trip to the Super Bowl.
Yeah, I know.
Got blown out.
All right, coming up next, we reset the show. Also, we mentioned something in passing yesterday. I'm curious, when we dive deeper into it next, what your interest level is for Saturday at 1 o'clock. It's Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5, The Fanatic.
Fanatic Sports Update.
3 teams at 12-2. I'm Connor Thomas, and this update is brought to you by Groundworks, your expert for basement waterproofing and foundation repair since 1997. Book your free inspection at groundworks.com. After last night's doubleheader in Monday Night Football action, the Eagles at 12-2, well, they have some company in the NFC. There are 3 teams with that record, and the other 2, both from the NFC North. We knew the Lions were there already. The Lions actually got there with a loss this weekend against the Buffalo Bills. Then the Minnesota Vikings, with their win over the Bears last night, have joined the ranks of the top record in the NFC. Now, with tiebreakers, the Eagles not yet the 1 seed, but something to keep an eye on as we move down the stretch, head into the final 3 weeks of the regular season. And it helps that Jalen Hurts seems to be hitting his stride in one of the most important times of the year. Nick Sirianni talked about the recent quarterback play from Hurts yesterday.
Jalen's extremely tough, physically, mentally, and again, I thought he played a fantastic game in many ways, was able to run for yards, threw the ball really well against a really good defense. Another week of good football from Jalen Hurts.
And the other thing that the Eagles have on their side compared to their opponents is health. David Montgomery's season is now done for the Detroit Lions. That's just the latest in a long string of injuries for them. The Sixers, they've had their own injuries, but they had a bounce-back win last night. They took down the Hornets 121-108. Tyrese Maxey, 40-piece in the game. Paul George, 33. That's his best game so far in his short Sixers tenure. It's an off night for Philly sports. Flyers will take on the Red Wings tomorrow night. I'm Connor Thomas for the home of the 76ers and Flyers, 97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
Can you feel it?
The Eagles are back to being Super Bowl contenders. Kincade Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic. I hope you had a nice drive into work today. I won't say peaceful or pleasant because
a peaceful drive.
Because
no, a pleasant drive to work is fine.
I got attacked for it by who I thought were my friends earlier.
Hope you have a cathartic drive to work. What? What? What are these words?
Coming up this segment, how locked in will you be Saturday at 1 o'clock? I'll just leave it at that because I know there's another big game going on.
There is?
Saturday as well.
Is it the Weed Eater Bowl or something? Sounds like it.
Listen, man, we didn't qualify for any bowls.
I don't. That doesn't matter to me.
There's only one bowl that I'm qualified for.
Just be honest. I know which one that is.
All right. So here's what we've been talking about today. You can text and call on 610-632-0975. Are the Eagles now the best team in the NFL? So I want to play this clip one more time for you. Get Up was discussing this. You'll hear Rex Ryan in the beginning, a little Greeny mixed in there, and then, of course, the big question was asked for Damian Woody. And they were discussing this topic yesterday on Get Up. And in case somebody is still hesitant to say yes, I don't necessarily know why. I don't know what else you still need to see. The biggest concern for a lot of people was the passing offense. You saw that look amazing on Sunday.
One of the best defenses in the NFL.
Yeah, and one of the teams that forces the most turnovers, and the turnovers that were forced this past Sunday, one was on special teams and one was a punch-out. But Jalen Hurts, all the fears of would he throw an interception if they ask him to throw the ball, and that was one. I had one of those concerns. I don't run from that.
That's okay.
I was concerned that if they had him drop back 30 times against the Steelers' defense, that a guy named Minkah Fitzpatrick would find a way to intercept the ball. That didn't happen. Jalen Hurts was damn near perfect on Sunday. So any concerns seem to be addressed. And then when you start to look at the teams, the other teams that you would consider being the best, take a listen to what Damian Woody says. There's a key word that he says in this clip.
This team is ridiculous how good they are. By the way, the best part of their team is on the other side of the ball.
Is their defense. Are the Eagles the best team in the NFL, D. Wood?
Yes, they're the best team right now. Number one, they're the healthiest. It pays to be healthy at this time of year, but they're loaded all over the place. And Rex is right. The Pittsburgh Steelers had like one explosive play in the passing game. They had zero explosive runs. Okay, so as much as we want to talk about, Philadelphia in the passing game, how about the Philadelphia Eagles defense and how they just completely dismantle the Pittsburgh Steelers offense? Listen, this is a complete team. They're a wagon. They're going to be tough for anyone to beat.
The health that he says early in that clip is one of the biggest things that they got going for them, because the Detroit Lions, who is arguably the other top team in the NFC, the Vikings obviously still in that conversation. The Detroit Lions are losing guys left and right, and they lost two more players to season-ending injuries, including running back David Montgomery, who's a big part of that run-first duo of Montgomery and Gibbs.
Yeah, what is their video game thing?
It's the Sonic the Hedgehog.
Knuckles.
Sonic and Knuckles, yeah.
Yeah, that's a severe loss for them. And the Eagles are healthy. They really are. I mean, this team is not. I don't want to hear though that the Eagles are great because of the health.
No. The Eagles are great, but are the Eagles the best because of the health?
They're the best. They're the best because they're the best.
I would make the case that they're best because of the health.
Yeah, the Lions were. They weren't. Nobody was stopping them.
See, I had the Lions have lost a lot, but when I made the proclamation after the Rams game that I thought the Eagles were the best. They've lost a lot more since then.
Yeah,
I'm not. Look, it's great news overall. Everybody is climbing on board, though. Everybody is just
as everybody should be at this point. I mean, if you're still holding out for it,
it's unbelievable.
I don't know what else you're waiting for at this point.
Sure.
I mean, our topic yesterday was: is there anything left to be concerned about? And the only thing that people kept on texting in or tweeting in or calling in was injuries, and to me, that goes without saying.
Well, every team, every show, every market could start with that.
Right, exactly. What could go wrong for the team this year? I believe injuries could go wrong for this team.
Yeah, it could for everybody.
First time, long time. They absolutely could. And then we took it a step further. Could this Eagles team, the 2024 Philadelphia Eagles, go down as the best team in Eagles franchise history? Now, part of me feels dirty asking the question. And the reason why is because we had this exact same topic about the Phillies earlier this year, and we saw what ended up happening.
Yeah, but it's free that's why you have the conversation.
Right.
Because it's free to go, yeah, in retrospect, wow, what we thought we had, we it wasn't what we thought.
Right. And this team, I mean, you just heard the term wagon again on this show, right? They're clicking on all cylinders. And the reason why we can legitimately have this conversation is because it's not just the offense, which we all thought before the season started, the offense would be one of the best offenses in the league and could go down as one of the best offenses in Eagles franchise history with AJ and Devontae and Goddard and Saquon and Jalen Hurts and the offensive line. We were hoping the defense would be middle of the pack. They're a top 5 defense and one of the best defenses in Eagles franchise history.
I mean, honestly, I think they might be a number. They could end up number 1 by the time it's done. They could potentially.
The only thing is the lack of turnovers, and that's nitpicking.
Well, it's not just that, right? Like, I'm kind of in the same spot as John. Now, I didn't think about the 04 team immediately because I was 9 or 10 years old. Like, I wasn't breaking down film back then, unlike you probably were, Salciunas.
Yes.
But I definitely thought of 17 first. I definitely thought of the 2022 team first because those teams, they had great offenses and great defenses, but the 17 team forced turnovers and the 22 team had the sack numbers. And then you also had an offense that was incredibly efficient and able to put up ridiculous amounts of points. And there have been points this year where we've had questions about the offense playing up to their skill level, and the turnovers and the sack numbers just haven't been there consistently for this team. And that's not a knock. It's a razor-thin margin for best teams we've ever seen put on an Eagles jersey.
Fair. That's fair. I'm looking at the 04 team. They had 12 total fumble recoveries. And I'm trying to see how many 17 interceptions.
Yeah, that's come on.
That's ridiculous. That's 29 total turnovers, and in almost half interceptions, half fumbles. Like that defense was ridiculous.
It was absolutely ridiculous.
They were ridiculous. But seriously, I mean, it's fair to ask the question: could this team go down as one of the greatest teams or the greatest team in Eagles franchise history? We also opened up a discussion about Joel Embiid. Do we have any texts on that before we get more Eagles texts? So earlier today, we asked a question in the 7 o'clock hour about whether or not you would blame Joel Embiid if he woke up today and just said, man, I can't keep doing this. I'm going to rehab my way back from another injury. And hell, part of the thing that we don't discuss, John, when we've been having this conversation is odds are there's going to be another one.
Yes.
And that's what sucks, right? So,
but for every team that is going out there and playing, there'll be another one.
No, absolutely.
Right.
But for Joel Embiid specifically, I mean, odds are there's going to be another knee.
There will be.
This year. Like, just because he already dealt with it doesn't mean, like, the one of the biggest nonsense takes that people had before the season started was, I'd rather him deal with this early on. What makes you think that he would not also deal with it again later on?
Well, I just believe if an offseason of proper rehabilitation and not going to the Olympics and doing all those things.
None of that happened.
And then not taking.
But people were okay with it. Remember, people were saying.
Some people were.
Hey,
don't put me in that
I don't
camp.
care about seeding. Be
remember that?
and all that kind of stuff.
He's just missing some October games.
Yeah.
It's not going to matter.
They got
remember
8 wins.
That nonsense?
They're at 8 wins. They're getting closer to the Sixers mark or the Eagles mark.
The Eagles have 12.
The Eagles could get to 15 still.
They have 8.
But what if people said on the text line about that discussion? And I appreciate all the discourse that we have, that Discord that we've had on it, because it's been, again, not, I want him to retire so that we can finally blow this thing up. Like, no.
Well, that's a different opinion than
right.
I honestly think if you're wishing for that, then you're just wishing for.
Yeah, you're a scoundrel.
You're wishing for mayhem.
What do we have on the text line about that? And then we'll get some Eagles texts as well.
Chris from Frankfurt checks in, says, as a human being, yes, Embiid has the right to retire. That stuff can take a toll on your body. He's been injured since college, don't forget. But as a fan, I'd still be upset to see him hang it up. I just think he has.
Oh, I'd be crushed.
You know the right to retire thing? As a human being, you have the right to retire. When do human beings retire?
When they're older.
After they've worked an entire life, after they have done every single thing in their power to make sure that they financially can support themselves.
Yeah, and he can financially support himself.
Yeah, he certainly can, but he hasn't even earned the contract that he signed this summer.
I mean, we cannot say that Joel Embiid, who has won an MVP in this city, has not earned the right to say, I don't want to play this sport anymore.
No,
that's completely unfair, John.
Well, okay, you can say it's completely unfair. I completely disagree with you.
Okay.
Because 7 doctors evaluated him this summer.
It's not about if he can, John. It's if he wants to. He has free will.
I don't care what he wants, Connor.
Yeah, I know you don't, and that's your problem.
He signed the contract this summer. This summer. He signed for 3 years from now.
And then his face fractured again.
So, and the facial fracture, he could be back in a week.
But John, that's
so it's not like
it's not the point.
Yes, it is the point.
The point is it's another addition to the injury resume.
No, it's completely the point. This summer, after independent evaluation by 7 doctors who said there's no reason the Sixers should not sign the 3-year contract extension for after 2 years from now. He's going to be able to compete.
Yeah,
then goes, I got a facial fracture. I'm ready to hang it up. Are you out of your mind?
Because it's another addition.
Commitment. No, it says an addition that can be over in 10 days or 2 weeks.
And then he wears the mask. Then he takes another shot to the face, like he did from Dwayne Dedman in the playoffs years ago.
Then don't sign the extension saying I'm going. Part of that is goodwill. When you sign a contract, part of it, especially for guaranteed money, part of it is goodwill. I'm going to do everything in my power to make sure this is a win for you and a win for me. To say, now I'm tired. I'd like to take your $196 million and walk away, and that's for 3 years from now.
Yeah, I got you.
That's absurd.
If you're going to say it doesn't matter what he wants, which is what you just said, I can't have this argument.
If he has a injury that a doctor says, and the doctors look at him and go, you know what, Joel? If you do this, I think you're going to deal with chronic pain for the rest of your life. You're not going to be able to walk when you're an old man. I completely understand it. Completely. He was evaluated 7 times this summer. So that is off the table. Any of these Scooby-Doo scenarios are off the table.
What was evaluated was his ability to continue to play.
And
I
would
don't
he
think
be
I don't think any of us can say with certainty that he's not going to have issues later on in his life from injuries sustained playing the game of basketball.
If he has a knee injury, anyone who has knee injuries, they can lead complete, healthy, painless lives with knee replacement.
By the way,
they can.
Just to clarify here, I am trying to find the exact rules, but it looks like if you officially retire, you waive the rest of your contract.
Yeah, well, they get a accept upfront money. Is it? I looked at it earlier.
If you formally retire, you
money.
forfeit the balance of your contract. So that whole contract conversation might be for naught if. It's not like he would be
might be for naught.
He might not be getting paid for those extra 4 years.
He's not a gladiator. This ain't ancient Rome, and they don't have him
This isn't a gladiator thing.
But they don't have him in a dungeon after games. He plays professional basketball, and if he wants to walk away because he believes playing the sport is making his life more difficult, he has that right as a human being.
No, he absolutely can do whatever he wants. And I have the right as a human being to say, it's total crap. It's total crap. That's what I have the right to say, and I will, very proudly, because if you're talking about something that is, when Jason Kelsey and Kylie that we talked about, where Kylie and Jason, where she said, I worry about him being able to pick up his kids and play because of bending over with a chronic back issue. You cannot get a back replacement. Knee replacement is something, my mom did it at 74.
Right, but
double knee replacement.
But again, this is also a...
What?
Mental conversation as well.
Then, Andrew, they have the best mental health professionals to be able to help somebody to deal with this.
A mental health professional can't say to Joel Embiid, rehab, you'll be fine. You're not going to get hurt again.
No, they can't. They can't assure you because you know what? You can't be assured of anything. There are people who deal in real life that are paycheck to paycheck that have to deal with issues where they can't just say, I'm tired. I want to walk away. I'm done. Yeah. Or I don't want to try again.
And everyone handles... adversity differently.
But they can't.
Yeah, but some people walk away, John. Joel Embiid will not be the first professional athlete to retire if he does that.
To walk away, why? Because of when?
Injuries and stuff. Listen, Andrew Luck did it.
Andrew Luck did it. And absolutely.
He screwed that franchise over.
And Andrew Luck did it just because of, he was like, I don't want to get hit anymore.
Yeah, exactly.
I don't want to get hit. Don't want to deal with it anymore.
What if Joel Embiid says, I don't want my face fractured anymore?
Come on. Seriously?
It's happened 3 times. And all the knee injuries and the backs and the feet.
Do you realize how many people have played in the NBA, in the history of the NBA, that have had people ding their face, knock their face, and more importantly, as far as lines, yes, okay, you got to break. It might be back next week. We're not talking about some, oh my gosh, this is another tragic thing for Joel Embiid. It's not. This is an injury that could have him back by Christmas.
I understand. But when Andre...
Wouldn't be surprised if it was after Christmas,
When Andre Drummond said that Joel Embiid was depressed just like 2 or 3 weeks ago, he comes back and gets hurt immediately.
Okay.
At some point, it could affect you mentally.
And if it does, then you need to seek help for it. You need to get professional help for it that can help you through the process. Because what the average person in the world cannot do is just say, all right, I'm done with life.
Yeah, what if he says I need to step away from the NBA because of it?
It's fine. You can say you want to walk away from that, and you can say that you'd be fine with it. I would not. And that we have a difference of opinion.
I would be fine. Look, I would be crushed as a Sixers fan, as you know, because once he's gone, you know how I feel that this team's going to
again. If we were
crumble.
If we were talking about his back, and we were saying he is the degenerative disc condition. First of all, the Sixers wouldn't have found all those doctors to tell them go forward. And if that was dealing with something like that, I'd absolutely agree with you guys 1,000%.
But his only way out can't be a serious injury that's going to hurt him for the rest of his life.
His only way out is he's still a young man, and none of these things are debilitating injuries that are going to keep him from playing. None of them. If we were talking about a tragic, severe thing that you're like, can he come back from this? If he had done his proper rehab this summer, he would have been healthy and ready to go.
So if he says, I'm worried about a potential tragic, severe thing as my body continues to break.
What is the tragic, severe thing? Again, Connor, when we're talking about knees, this is absurd.
I'm not talking about knees.
Well, that is what it is with him.
Okay, that's what it is with him right now. I'm talking about if he says, I feel like with my injury luck, something potentially, I don't want to wait around for the bad one. I want to get out while I still have my ability to walk around.
I don't even think of it that way.
What would be the injury?
I'm thinking of it strictly from a mental standpoint. That's where I'm coming from when it comes.
And I would say the NBA, by the way, the NBA has invested more than $30 million. I had to pull this one up. Has invested more than $30 million in getting the top-notch care, even for people who work with the teams. If you work in ticket sales, they have the top-notch because of Kevin Love. Kevin Love's what's it called? One Love? His whole initiative.
Yeah, I forget
I don't know what it's called.
It is. I just remember the headstrong.
They went into the NBA has taken this seriously. And by the way, the NBA has the most players, that percentage of their playing population, that publicly acknowledges getting mental help, taking advantage of mental care, which is a great message. So if that's the case, then go for it. Get that help. That's why the league does it. And to me, that means that a lot of his peers in the NBA are dealing with similar struggles or otherwise than that, and the NBA supports their employees better than any league out there.
But everybody's story is different, and his story is different. When it comes to these injuries, it is different. All right, we'll talk more about this coming up next. Carson Wentz will be the starting quarterback of the Kansas City Chiefs.
Really?
This Saturday at 1 o'clock, because Patrick Mahomes will be missing time with a high ankle sprain was the official determination of his career or of his injury. So Carson Wentz will be starting this Saturday at 1 o'clock. And a big game, by the way, because the Texans are still fighting for some things. They've already locked the playoff spots, but seeding still matters. How locked in are you on watching the reclamation project that Carson Wentz is with Andy Reid? Or are you a Penn State lunatic and you're like, screw that, I'm watching Penn State SMU at 12 o'clock. I don't give a damn about Penn State. So I'm locked into Wentz on Saturday at 1 o'clock. I wonder how many other people are. We'll discuss it amongst the show coming up next. It is Kincade and Salciunas on a Tuesday morning, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Fanatic Sports Update.
Outstanding football from Hertz. I'm Connor Thomas, and this update is brought to you by the Empire State Building. Find out why the reimagined Empire State Building Observatory was voted the world's #1 attraction by travelers on TripAdvisor. Tickets at empirestatebuilding.com/radio. Open daily. Reservations required. The Eagles are getting some outstanding quarterback play from Jalen Hurts recently, especially this past game against the Pittsburgh Steelers when there was plenty of criticism about the passing game. Well, Hurts answered the call, and he led the Eagles to their 10th straight victory, a 12-2 record, and he got some props from his coach yesterday when Nick Sirianni took to the podium.
Jalen's extremely tough, physically, mentally, and again, I thought he played a fantastic game in many ways, was able to run for yards, threw the ball really well against a really good defense. Another week of good football from Jalen Hurts.
Now, the Eagles are not alone at their 12-2 mark. The Vikings joined them last night with a win over the Bears, and the Lions sit at that mark after their loss to the Buffalo Bills this weekend. So, 3 teams vying for that 1 seed, but the Detroit Lions, another big loss for them injury-wise. David Montgomery's season is over as he's headed for knee surgery. We've got 3 weeks left in the regular season. Still a lot to be worked out there at the top of the NFC. The Sixers bounced back for a tough weekend. They beat the Hornets 121-108 last night. Tyrese Maxey, 40 points in the win. Paul George, 33 of his own, I should say. So a nice little W for the Sixers. It's an off night in Philly sports. Flyers back on the ice tomorrow night in Detroit against the Red Wings. I'm Connor Thomas for the home of the 76ers and Flyers, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Eagles head coach Nick Sirianni on the Birds 27.
Salciunas, 97.5, The Fanatic. We'll check our text line coming up momentarily about all of our Eagles topics. But Carson Wentz, Saturday at 1 o'clock. So Cooper naps from like 12:30 to 2:30. I thought I was getting like
I thought you were getting like the
intense
the Oscars.
music.
I thought it was like the Oscars.
Oh, you're trying to pull me off already? Cooper naps from 12:30 to 2:30. So that means at 1 o'clock, I will be locked in because I need to see how Wentz looks. Now, I know there are people that are so quick to move on, like the Ben Simmons thing. I needed to see Ben Simmons, his first game with the Brooklyn Nets.
Yeah, exactly.
I needed to see it. What is this going to look?
You were fascinated.
Is this going to look different? Is he going to be healed? Is he going to be fixed? Is he going to be aggressive? And no, he has just been a shell of what we once saw in his first couple of years in the NBA. Carson Wentz still has the cannon. Correct. It's just everything else we learn more about Carson Wentz not necessarily being the best teammate, but he's talked about that since getting to Kansas City. And if there's any coach that can fix somebody, it's Andy.
You would believe that, absolutely.
So
for good reason.
I'm fascinated. Not that I'm going to be rooting for him to succeed. I just am fascinated to see how it looks. Are you also fascinated? Or, look, college football playoffs. Like, you know, people might be into that kind of thing. Watch Penn State at 1 o'clock.
Oh, yeah.
Or 12 o'clock, excuse me. Well,
I'm saying it's you. Look,
you.
If you're a Penn State fan, you absolutely should be so psyched to see that game.
Right.
And so incredibly, energized to see something like that and to host it and to be a part of it.
Yeah.
If you're not,
I'm not.
If you're a college football fan, stop it. Penn State SMU doesn't move the needle. And it will be the worst rated of all the 4 playoff games this weekend, and it won't be close.
You think so?
Yes. Clemson, Texas?
Yeah.
Tennessee, Ohio State? Indiana, Notre Dame because of Notre Dame.
Because of Notre Dame.
Penn State, SMU has no brand identity for the country.
Fair enough.
Penn State has all the brand identity here.
Yeah.
Around the country, people couldn't tell you 5 players.
Okay.
From Penn State.
So are you locked in to Chiefs-Texans Saturday at 1 o'clock?
I'm flipping. But I'm absolutely spending 70% of my time with the Chiefs-Texans.
70%?
70%. A minimum, yeah.
And is it more so because it's Wentz, or is it just because it's NFL?
It's because it's NFL, but also I would love to, it's NFL. But I love the college game. And I think that Penn State will put on a real spectacle. Like, I think it'll be a cool spectacle to watch.
I'm sure.
Visually, and everything like that. It should be an
I can put my personal hatred aside.
Right, exactly.
And be like, wow, that's a cool atmosphere.
No, I'm going to watch
the whiteouts and all that kind of stuff.
Those fans are going to create a amazing atmosphere.
Connor,
so I want to see that.
Do you give a damn that Carson Wentz is the starting quarterback for the Kansas City Chiefs on Saturday?
For multiple reasons, yes. And Eagles fans absolutely should, because that Kansas City team, regardless of what our guy Brendan Gunn says, they're still dangerous.
Yeah.
And I know that, Mahomes is going to come back. He's not done for the year. But I want to see how they look with another guy under center to see if you match up with them in the Super Bowl.
Will there be a quarterback battle?
No, it's not that. But if you match up with them in the Super Bowl, how much of their record, 13-1 they are, how much of that is Mahomes? How much of that is that team is actually better than we think? And also the Carson Wentz thing is interesting to see what Andy could do.
See, you're looking at it for Super Bowl stuff. I'm looking at it strictly, what does Wentz look like? Like, I honestly, when the Chiefs are on defense, I might change the channel.
Yeah.
I want to see what he looks like. I'm fascinated.
I'm fascinated to see it too, and
this isn't like a
how this comes together.
Scorned lover thing. This isn't like I wish he was still here. No, I'm just, what does he look like? Because I watched the guy that I thought was going to be a 10-year stud.
10.
If not longer.
Dude, I was penciling that in, that this organization, that we were finally blessed with the golden child that was going to carry us everywhere.
And then it all went to crap. All of it. And then he's bounced around. It's not like this is the only team that he's been on since the Eagles.
If that knee injury doesn't happen,
I think he's fine.
Is he still the Eagles quarterback today?
Yes.
Do they have a Super Bowl?
Yes, I don't think they would have lost the Super Bowl.
I think they would have. I think they would have won the Super Bowl.
I think
that
they
year.
would have been fine. Like that team was ridiculous.
Wentz was so absurd that year. I really believe if he didn't get injured, they win the Super Bowl, and I believe he'd probably still be the quarterback here.
I don't think he would be, because think about all the stuff that we've gone through non-Carson Wentz related since that happened, like drama in the locker room.
Right.
And he did not handle that remotely well.
But what if he didn't get injured?
No,
Then
right.
that drama doesn't
I
happen.
understand. But his injury had nothing to do with the drama last year that this team went through. Like, there was going to be drama at some point. It's the Philadelphia Eagles. There always is.
But here's the thing. Doug might still be here. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
like,
I mean, it could be anything.
I don't know how.
If Carson was still here and they had won a Super Bowl, I'd have to believe that Doug was probably still here.
Yeah, but Doug was here when the locker room fell apart with Carson. Listen,
you're right.
There were people in that locker room that were very quick to turn on Carson Wentz. And whether you blame them or him or whatever.
It's his fault because of, look, he is not absolved of anything. The way that the stories that Darren Sproles have told and teammates of the two of them have told, there was a physical altercation because Carson Wentz was basically disappointed that the team was still winning after he got hurt. So that's when it all
his
issue,
fell apart,
right? And that's not media driven. Like that was him as an individual. He did that. But if he never got hurt, is what we're asking, right?
Yeah.
If he never got hurt, that story never comes out.
But in 8 years, dude, you're telling me 8 years the Eagles would have been drama free? There wouldn't have been something that had pushed him into a spot?
That's hard to believe.
It's hard to believe.
And he crumpled immediately.
He did.
So, no, he would not be.
Okay.
In my opinion. Not that we know.
Fair opinion.
And here's one thing. You talk about that the college game. Like, what would you watch?
Yeah.
Is one of those things. I have this, is that every one of the games that will be played by after this weekend, so every single one of the bowl games as the college football playoff continues, those games are what used to be the biggest bowl games, the Orange Bowl, the Sugar Bowl, all those games, and then the BCS championship game, which is whatever. The games that are being played this weekend would normally be the Outback Bowl, the Alamo Bowl, the Liberty Bowl, and the Music City Bowl. And honestly, I think that when you look at it that way, now they call it the College Football Playoff. That would normally be the Alamo Bowl, the Liberty Bowl, the Music City Bowl, and the Outback Bowl. The 4 biggest revenue bowls that are not in the final games.
Yeah.
Next, after we get past this weekend, it'll look much more legit.
Okay.
It'll be much more. There's no reason for a 12-team playoff in college football. None. Absolutely none.
I think we get an upset this weekend.
I hope
You really do?
SMU.
Which one do you think?
I hope
I don't know.
SMU shocks the world.
But I
Which
think
one
the
are you leaning
chances
towards?
that you play these 4 games and a lower seed doesn't win one of them.
Well, no, I think you could absolutely have that. What I'm going to tell you is that, again, is of the Final Four, again, when they just had a 14 college football playoff, the average national semifinal was determined by 17 points or more, 3-score games. So even when it was 4-1 and 3-2, we didn't get good games because the best teams are the best teams.
Yeah, like college.
I think it'll prove out again.
There's a difference. The college basketball expansion, even though I think it's oversaturated, a 16 seed can win nowadays because
on a one day.
If you get hot shooting threes, it's kind of hard in the NFL, in college football. It's not necessarily any given Sunday or any given Saturday in college football.
And I'll tell you that they should have changed this. This process is so stupid that they did, and they'll change it by next year, I think. There's zero reason why Penn State and Texas should be playing this weekend. I said something nice about Penn State, so mark the tape. Penn State and Texas should not be playing this weekend. Arizona State and Boise State should be. The fact that they gave these automatic bye things is ridiculous because Penn State and Texas are more deserving than Boise State and Arizona State. There it is.
That's
my college football soapbox.
That's good. That's good.
And
work.
I just gave Penn State some love.
You did. That's
And I believe it'll be a great spectacle on Saturday.
Connor, what do we have on the text line about any of our topics today?
All right. Listen, everything's been hot today on the text line.
Good.
Let's get this text from Mike in Easton on the Birds. Are the Eagles the best in the NFL? Slightly, I'd say they are, but more concerning to me than Detroit is Minnesota. Everyone's discounting them, but Sam Darnold has been the real deal. And remember, a former top 3 pick. I truly believe they present the biggest challenge to the Eagles if they were to get home field.
So I had a topic for today that we ended up kind of discussing earlier, so we moved on past it. But one of the questions I asked, why are we ignoring a team that keeps on winning? And Connor, the way you talked about the Minnesota Vikings, I don't disagree with you, but the chestiness in which you're saying how the Vikings got no shot is kind of disrespectful to a team that's got 12 wins this year.
No, it ain't.
And you mentioned the teams that they've beaten, but you know what? They beat the Falcons. They doubled their score. The Eagles lost to the Falcons. You didn't mention that part.
Pre-bye, different team. Your bottom line, listen to this.
That's a terrible loss, man.
How often do you watch Minnesota Vikings games?
Whenever the Eagles aren't playing. I get a chance, red zone, all that kind of stuff. But no, I'm not locking in like you are.
I hear everything about it. I watch the games regularly because my family, big Vikings fans. I know this team. They are not as good as their record says they are. They're just not. They're a good team. The Eagles should have no worries about the Minnesota Vikings.
I would say this.
No worries.
This
Connor?
Vikings team's better than the Vikings team from 2 years ago.
That is absolutely bold.
They're better, but are they better than that NFC Championship Vikings team? I don't think so. And
I don't think they're
worked
better.
that team with a comparable team in 2017. Listen, bottom line, Minnesota's a nice story. They don't have the horses.
I just think you're a little disrespectful of the Vikings.
We'll see how it plays out.
Just a little, because 2 years ago, I did not believe that Vikings team. I had zero, I thought that the Giants could beat the Vikings. There's a strong chance. I believe the Vikings will beat whoever they face in the first round. Whether it's the Bucks or who else could it be? The Rams?
The Rams that they lost to in primetime?
Yeah. I believe that the Vikings could win in the playoffs. Just saying. I think you're being a little disrespectful of Minnesota. But they can get it here. They'll lose. I hear you, Connor. All right, coming up next, the Kincade Salciunas Key 3. 3 best minutes from today's show. Right here, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Can you feel it?
The Eagles are back to being Super Bowl contenders.
This team's got a real shot. So many reasons.
6:37 on Kincade Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic. We have our Key 3 coming up. Right now. I thought I had to hit something else. I'm done. I already did the...
No, you've been so good today.
I did the Montage Mountain. I did
You have
that.
done,
but check it out anyway.
By the way,
Fanatic
have
Deal
you
of the
done
Week.
that montage? It's excellent.
I have not,
You're in there.
but I got to check that out. It's in Scranton, in case people were wondering. Montage Mountain, Fanatic Deal of the Week right now, $40 for an 8-hour flex adult lift ticket.
Scrantonians.
That's Vic Fangio territory. You think
Yes,
he goes
it
up
is.
there?
I bet you. I don't think Vic is snowboarding or skiing.
I think he hangs out where you can drink, though.
But
Yes.
Connor, being the snowboarder, not the skier, is very on brand.
Yes, absolutely.
And my nephews, they love to snowboard.
Yeah, it's
they
fun.
love snowboarding. I don't. It's so weird. Is I can ski and I can't. Snowboarding just doesn't feel the same.
Nah, just put me in a tube. I'll be fine.
That's the
Tubing's
easy way.
great.
Tubing's awesome.
Just put me in a tube. There's no
Tubing is
there's no
great.
skill with that one involved.
By the way, does any place around here do like the fake snow and do the tubing?
yeah, I'm
Yeah,
sure
plenty of
all
places.
all these places do. They
No,
pump, they pump in.
no. I'm talking about even around here where they can do stuff.
Oh no,
I'm
highly
not talking
doubt
about there.
Not
Okay.
this close.
All right.
All right, it is time now for the Kincade Salciunas Key 3. 3 best minutes from today's show, brought to us by Von C. Brewing.
Now, the Kincade and Salciunas Key 3. Today's best.
Johnny, happy Tuesday morning.
Happy Tuesday to you. We did not compare notes today, but we both wore our Temple cherry today. And on a beautiful Tuesday where you and I both do not prefer Tuesdays. But right now, with the birds sitting where they are, the storylines are just endless.
Well, we're on 10 straight Victory Tuesdays, right? Whether the game was on a Thursday or a Monday or a Sunday, we are on 10 straight Victory Tuesdays.
Okay,
and it's led
that's
to
stupid.
We had this conversation during the offseason that this could go down as the greatest offense in Eagles franchise history. But one of the things we never talked about during the offseason was whether or not this defense could go down as one of the best. And we read that article from Reuben Frank a couple weeks ago where he had the Eagles statistics equal to or just behind the 1991 Eagles defense, which is considered one of the greatest in Eagles franchise history.
You know I am very computeristic. I'm very black and white. I'm very
Yes, you are.
I'm very facts. But I'm going to tell you right now, because we talked about doing this yesterday, so I made my list.
I'm proud of you.
This is the fourth best.
Wow. You got to do the number.
This is the fourth best I felt about an Eagles team for a regular season.
Okay.
The 2004 Eagles,
Yes, that would be the
I
first one
felt
that comes
better.
to my mind.
Donovan, T.O., the whole nine.
And the debt defense is ridiculous.
I felt better about their regular season than I do the Eagles this year. 2017 and 2022, I put slightly ahead of
So
this
all
year,
post
too.
2000, though.
Yeah, regular season, how I felt about the team, 4, 17, and 22. I felt completely punch drunk with my team is great. September, October, November, December.
That's fair. Yeah, whereas the first month of the season, we had
Correct.
a lot of questions
That's
about
why
this
I put this team fourth in that regard.
Okay.
Could they end up being the best? If this team goes and wins a title and hangs the Lombardi at the end of the year, if they go 15-2, we may look
We had
back and say
15-2.
we may look back and say yes.
Are the Eagles the best team in the NFL? So after the Rams win, if you remember, I said I would put the Eagles on the same tier of the Detroit Lions if they were able to handle their business against the Rams. And I gave a lot of that credit toward the young secondary. Again, this is before the game.
Before, yeah.
If Quinyon Mitchell and Cooper DeJean could handle their business against Cooper Kupp and Puka Nacua, who they go on the outside, they go on the inside. Obviously, Darius Slay's there as well. But if I could see these young players step up and take down 2 top wide receivers, one of the better duos in the NFL, then I would feel very, very good about the Eagles secondary, about how real they were. The week before the Commanders game, we would find out
That's
whether
it.
or not the linebackers were real because they would have to play physical football against a physical running attack, but then also contain an elusive quarterback in Jaden Daniels. They answered the call in both of those games, which led me to then say they are on the same tier as the Lions because of the matchup between these two teams. They're very similar offensively, where it's run first, game manager quarterback in a positive way, and then the defense is able to stop everybody. That was a couple weeks ago, Johnny.
Yeah, once the Ravens game came, then I started making reservations. I truly believe that's where that game took it to an entirely different level.
Yeah.
And the fact that this team has not taken their eye off the ball, I think in retrospect now may be the most impressive thing. They have not won every game by 15 points. They have not boat race to everyone, and that's
Right.
fine. That's fine. To me, to be able to say you've beaten the Packers, you've beaten the Rams, you've beaten the Commanders, you've beaten the Steelers, you've beaten the Ravens. That's 5 playoff teams you've beaten already.
Right.
To me, you lost to Tampa. That's a playoff team. You lost to Atlanta. I think self-inflicted wound. I almost write that one off.
Yeah.
This team is 5-1 against playoff teams. There's every reason to just wake up every day and go, you know what, dudes? This has happened.
Right.
This is happening. It's real.
That is the Kincade Salciunas Key 3 best minutes from today's show on a Tuesday. We have talked about how great this Tuesday has been for 3 hours and 47 minutes. And then during the commercial break, John's talking about tomorrow's show as if tomorrow's Thursday.
I really was. In a matter of a few minutes.
We've been talking that it's been Tuesday.
All day, yes.
All day.
Yes, we do. We focus on Tuesdays to not. Andrew and I both do not prefer Tuesday as the worst day of the week. So we absolutely come in and make an effort to make sure that the energy's high, that we don't reflect that.
Oh, the energy was definitely high today. We covered that one.
It was so we covered that part of it really well. But man, day of the week. Tomorrow's Wednesday.
Tomorrow's Wednesday, John. Don't worry.
And the crew's going out.
We'll
which will be
escort
fun.
you to your bed later, and we'll take care of you.
Give me a little note. Give me a little pin a note to me.
By the way, that was the Key 3.
They used to have to do that in grade school.
Presented by Von C. Brewing Company in Norristown. Check out their Key 3, the OG Pills, legendary Philly Lager, the gold medal winner at the 2023 World Beer Cup for Best American Pilsner. That should not be forgotten. Like, that's an amazing
crazy
award. And, oh, by the way, they've had that recipe in the family since the 1860s. The Walking on Clouds, which is Von C's flagship hazy IPA, and
the 2-time Best of Pennsylvania winner, the Vienna Lager, with all German ingredients. Go check out VonCbrewing.com. Yes, Sister Joseph Helen might have been Sister Jude Marie, pinned a note to me because I kept forgetting my art stuff because I hated art. So I think I was doing it being passive-aggressive. So they pinned a note to me that I had to wear home to say, don't forget my artwork. I guess it was to shame me.
maybe to shame you.
Yeah, I took it off right when I got on the bus.
Of course,
Of course you did.
Of course you did.
Little brat.
All right. Well, we're back at it tomorrow.
I can't wait. It's Wednesday tomorrow.
Tomorrow's Wednesday.
So Shefty will join us?
Shefty Wednesday, man.
Wow, we count towards the Commanders. By the way, Commanders voice Bram Weinstein will join us on Thursday.
And Amy Fadul for the 9 o'clock hour tomorrow.
And we have Amy double decker
how
tomorrow.
about that? Yes, Amy could not do today, so she'll be with us tomorrow for an hour. Love that.
Hey, and hope Jeff McClain is feeling well after his root canal.
Yes.
Hey, check out Pierce Phelps Bryan Heating and Air Conditioning Contractors. They're great folks, and they make a donation to the American Association for Cancer Research, and they ask that you do too. Go to 975thefanatic.com/AACR. Do it for someone you love. Cancer research saves lives.
All right, Mike Missanelli show coming your way next with Bill Colarulo and Ray Dunn. Everybody have a great rest of your day. We'll be back at it tomorrow on a Wednesday, Johnny. 97.5 The Fanatic.
Fanatic Sports Update.
Eagles getting great